Yeah.
So why don't I kick off? My name is Kenneth, and I am here based in Hong Kong. So we are today. It's a very exciting and sunny day in Hong Kong. It's still 35 degrees Celsius in September, which is, as you'll see in some of our other rooms in our venue, it is very. Again, we're very lucky to have a venue right next to the Hong Kong Victoria Harbour, and very SDG centric as well. So the first thing I would love to, of course, to say thank you to is UNITAR. UNITAR, as you know, is the United Nations Institute of Training and Research. And from me personally speaking, at the very least, having the guidance of a global organization such as UNITAR supporting youth to pursue tangible and grassroots SDG action is something we truly appreciate. And of course, today, apart from celebrating youth SDG action, we're also celebrating another milestone, which is the launch of the first ever UNITAR Youth Ambassador Asia Pacific program. But more on that later. And a bit about myself, I suppose. My name is Kenneth again. I run Global Citizen Capital, but my heart definitely is about running Kids for SDGs. As you can tell, we love taking amazing SDG pictures all around Hong Kong to promote the SDGs. But frankly, we try to make SDGs as inclusive as possible so that anyone can enjoy part of the journey of discovering the SDGs. We would not be able to have this event today without the support of our amazing partners. So a special million thanks to Amundi, AstraZeneca, BNP Asset Management, Cyberport, and SAP. Strategically having global, leaders in their fields supporting UNITAR Day today really amplifies a multi-stakeholder, intergenerational, and most importantly, cross-cultural as well approach to SDG action as we pursue the Agenda 2030. And of course, amongst the global community that we work with, we also want to give thanks to 10 amazing supporting organizations for supporting UNITAR Day. These are, alphabetically speaking, Children in All Policies 2030, Catalyst 2030, Geneva Tsinghua Initiative, Green Learning Network, Learning Planet, SDS and Youth, Social Enterprise World Forum, UN SCAP, Startmeup Hong Kong, and World Humanitarian Forum. Again, between our partners and our supporting organizations, these 15 amazing agencies are truly inspiring all our youth all across Asia to pursue social impact and social innovation. So now, may I pass back to our wonderful colleagues at UNITAR in Japan so that we can hear from Mr. Nikhil Seth, who is the Executive Director of UNITAR. Thank you so much.
Welcome to today's public seminar, where UNITAR is presenting a day celebrating the future of youth in the Asia-Pacific region. My name is Nikhil Seth, and I'm the Executive Director of the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, UNITAR. Today's event is in collaboration with two not-for-profit organizations, ITS Education Asia Foundation and Global Citizen Capital's Kids for SDGs, to celebrate the launch of our inaugural UNITAR Youth Ambassador Asia Pacific program on 25th September. Today, we will have 4 panel discussions covering change-making, defining youth ambassadorship, and innovation to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. We have invited our incredible partners, Amundi, AstraZeneca, BNP Paribas, Cyberport, and SAP for this event to deepen the quality of the discussions. I would like to express our deep appreciation to the organizations supporting this event, including CAP 2030, Catalyst 2030, Geneva Singhua Initiative, Learning Planet, Social Enterprise World Forum, STSN Youth, Startmeup HK, UN SCAP, and the World Humanitarian Forum. I would also like to say thank you to our 12-member strong Global Youth Advisory Council, which was convened to support this event. The young people on the council range from 12 to 17 years in age. To Daniel, Jonathan, and Stella from China, Tanya, Max, Josette, Michelle, and John from Hong Kong, Erina from Japan, Naila and Ria from Canada, and Matthew from the United States, your engagement has enriched our intergenerational programming. With the ever increasing pace of globalization, the world is becoming more complex day by day. We are facing many challenges, including in the area of health and climate change, on a scale that humankind has never faced before. There are 1.2 billion young people aged between 15 to 24 years, accounting for 16% of the global population. By 2030, the year we are hoping to meet the targets for the Sustainable Development Goals, the number of youth is projected to grow by 7% to nearly 1.3 billion. Young people are key actors in today's society as well as that of the future. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has often called upon the youth and has spoken about the power of the young people. Peace, economic dynamism, social justice, tolerance, the need of our contemporary world depend on the engagement of youth. Connected to each other like never before, young people contribute to innovative solutions, driving social progress and inspiring political initiatives. They are agents of change, mobilizing to advance each and every one of the Sustainable Development Goals to improve the lives of people and the health of our very fragile planet. The UN entities will promote and assist their actions. The Youth Ambassadors Program was created in 2010 by the UNITAR Hiroshima office. The program offers an opportunity for the Hiroshima youth to develop a unique insight into global affairs and engage with the international community. Each year, the program content is adjusted depending on the social context and the young people's learning needs. It has empowered students from Hiroshima to deepen their knowledge and design and present their projects. Many alumni's awareness of themselves as global citizens grew, and some started their own initiatives towards the SDGs after the program. It has been extremely useful. We have had 98 youth ambassadors to date, and 22 students from Hiroshima are currently engaged in deepening their knowledge of the SDGs and developing their projects as UNITAR Hiroshima Youth Ambassadors. These are practical ways of contributing to the SDGs. The UNITAR Youth Ambassador Asia Pacific Program will use the successful modules of the Youth Ambassador Program, Japan. Based in Hong Kong, it is underpinned by a strong need for innovation to recover, reset, and rebuild in the post-pandemic world. This is the first UNITAR-led program in the region for the youth with a STEM and SDG-focused approach to advance impact innovation, and inclusion. We are excited to see how students will explore and strengthen their capacities through the program. I hope you all enjoy this program. We hope that today's event will give you a glimpse into how UNITAR ITS Education Asia Foundation and Kids for SDGs will foster youth change makers, empower youth in Asia Pacific, and build the next generation of global citizens. Let me welcome you once again and thank you for your keen interest. All the best.
Thank you so much. And Executive Director, you have our word that we will do everything we can, combining the collective spirit of advancing SDG action all across Hong Kong, the Greater Bay Area, and Asia Pacific to deliver on UNITAR's goal of impact, innovation, and inclusion. Next up, I am very honored to welcome an ambassador, a true advocate of SDG action from UNITAR Japan in Hiroshima. We are so honored to have Ms. Mihoko Kumamoto to address us. Over to you, Kumamoto-san.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Firstly, thank you very much for your kind introduction. I am currently in Hiroshima, Japan, and the temperature is 28 degrees. So it's lower than Hong Kong right now, but still a little bit warm. But once again, thank you so much. And everyone, welcome to today's public seminar. UNITAR presents a day celebrating the future of youth in Asia Pacific. My name is Mihoko Kumamoto. I am a director for UNITAR's Division for Prosperity. As Executive Director of UNITAR, Nikhil Seth mentioned in his video message, we are holding this event to celebrate the launch of the UNITAR Youth Ambassador Asia Pacific program. I echo Nikhil's thanks to our two dedicated co-organizers, ITS Education Asia Foundation and Global Citizen Capital's Kids for SDGs. Also, special thanks to Mr. Danny Harrington and Mr. Kenneth Kwok for their leadership and vision to make this initiative a reality. Since the Youth Ambassador Program in Japan started in 2010, we have found many passionate and enthusiastic youth leaders. Through this program, the young people learn about the SDGs, good practices in promoting sustainable development, and how to present their ideas. They are taught by remarkable experts and UNITAR staff who nurture the young leaders' confidence as change makers. They also broaden their perspectives through international exchange sessions with participants of UNITAR's other programs. They had opportunities to talk with, for example, representatives from Iraq, South Sudan, so very, very exciting exchanges. From 2020, we introduced a mentorship system for the Youth Ambassador Japan program. University students serve as mentors to youth ambassadors who can get practical advice from someone close to their age, but with a bit more experience. Even though all the training was online in 2020 because of the pandemic, students were able to communicate smoothly with each other with assistance from mentors. And this mentorship program has been a great success. This year, we enhanced our connections with the private sector and involved major companies in Japan. For example, representatives of Haynes, Moritz Japan, H&M, and NEC joined the program as lecturers. Students are also not only researching the current situation of the SDGs, but making project plans aligned with the SDGs. It is our mission to pursue the best approaches for youth, adapting new technologies where relevant, in line with their needs, as well as requirements from societies. The Youth Ambassador training is empowering youth and motivating them to keep learning. After they complete the UNITAR program, Youth Ambassador Japan alumni continue to inject their fresh and innovative power into society. And I'm very, very excited to introduce to you two concrete examples led and initiated by Youth Ambassador Japan alumni. The first initiative is called UNITE, which is a youth group composed of 2018 and 2019 Youth Ambassador alumni members. Aside from mentoring the 2021 Youth Ambassador participants, they organize events to tell the story of Hiroshima's atomic bombing to youth and workshops to think about peace, sustainable development, and peace building. The second initiative is called Uchira. Uchira are handling a wall art project to promote a nuclear weapon-free world. They cooperate with many partners, including Mr. Pasha Kas, a street artist in Kazakhstan, the teachers, local communities, and journalists. And these ideas came from these alumni members. Very, very exciting ideas and innovative ideas. Many Youth Ambassador Japan alumni say the program gave them the mindset of global citizens. They met many global front runners who are acting to create a sustainable world, and fellow youth who share the will to become change makers. These experiences of learning and exchange drive young people to pursue their projects for a better world. We are now bringing this successful model to Youth Ambassador Asia Pacific. This is the first youth-led youth program in the region. It highlights SDG goal number 4, quality education, and goal number 13, climate change. This program combines the knowledge and experience of UNITAR, ITS Education Asia Foundation, and Global Citizen Capital's Kids for SDGs. Participants will learn about innovative technologies that could augment the scalable solutions the young people will develop in their sustainability projects. We also plan to organize an exchange session between Youth Ambassador Asia Pacific and Japan, so participants can share their ideas. It'll be a precious opportunity for them to build relationships between entrepreneurial young advocates of the two countries. We look forward to seeing how the youth ambassadors develop their capacities through training activities. In today's session, you will learn how UNITAR, ITS Education Asia Foundation, and Kids for SDGs will support youth change makers, empower youth in the Asia Pacific, and build next generation global citizens. In the youth panel, 5 passionate panelists and 1 moderator will address how youth can design, create, and scale up projects to develop a sustainable world. We hope that you come away with a clearer picture of how we can empower youth as important actors to drive actions towards the SDGs. Before I conclude, let me express my sincere appreciation to our dedicated partners, Amundi, AstraZeneca, BNP Paribas, Cyberport, and SAP, and to the supporting organizations CAP 2030, Catalyst 2030, Geneva Tsinghua Initiative, Learning Planet, Social Enterprise World Forum, SDSN Youth, Startmeup, AHK, UNESCAP, and World Humanitarian Forum. Also, special thanks to the UNITAR team for their dedication and passion to support the Youth Ambassador Program. Thank you for your participation once again, and I hope today's discussions will stimulate many ideas for your future actions. Thank you very much. Back to you, Kenneth.
Thank you so much, Kumamoto-san. I wish you can hear the thunderous applause from our venue right now. Absolutely, it is. I look back and when the UNITAR team and I started this conversation about launching the first ever Asia Pacific Youth Ambassador Program, it seems such a long time ago, but now we're here and we are starting in 1 week. So super excited to work with also the ambassadors from Japan. Well, next up, I want to essentially move forward into our next session. And one of the things that we are very, very grateful for is government support in Hong Kong. Because ultimately speaking, government is an important stakeholder for accelerating SDG action and frankly, providing a lot of resources that youth need to become SDG champions. At the Startmeup Hong Kong Festival 2021, a few months ago, ITS Education Foundation and Kids for SDGs had the privilege of inviting 17 primary and secondary school students into the government's offices and to present their SDG action. It was one of those events where everyone was, wow, we should have done this more. And guess what? In the upcoming Festival 2022, we hope to launch an official event so that we can invite our current youth ambassadors as well as future ambassadors to join us at the Hong Kong Startmeup Festival in 2022. Without further ado, I would like to give everyone a glimpse of what happened during this year's Startmeup Hong Kong Festival.
Startmeup HK Festival is all about creating genuine opportunities. That's why so many of our events for 2021 are focused on connecting startups with potential clients, partners and investors, or giving them a platform to pitch and showcase their products and services.
You need a digital innovation strategy to not only defend against disruption, but also put you in a position to go on offense.
我们会继续积极推动各项创科政策的落实，希望为有志投身创科事业的朋友提供更广阔的发展空间。
It's not just about the business model and the universities, it's about the ecosystem.
And Hong Kong is a place to be if you have that ambition, because we have all the necessary ingredients for scale up.
NFTs are something that's really kind of blossomed in the Ethereum space because this thing that we're building isn't just a game anymore. It's a significant part of the new era.
It is all about convincing people to believe in something like your product or service as much as you do.
I think we talk a lot about how technology disrupts, how technology destroys jobs and takes away wealth, but at the same time, I think technology can also create jobs.
The innovation and technology space is going from strength to strength. The city has a perfect testing ground and launching pad for startup with everything a startup needs.
Startmeup Hong Kong Festival 2021 has been an incredible success, inspirational and collaborative, creating new partnerships and opening up exciting opportunities for ambitious entrepreneurs from across the globe to capture them via Hong Kong. I can't wait to see today's change makers turn inspiration into reality, a future unlimited.
So what made this so amazing for a lot of us is, if you actually looked at the video, you would have seen glimpses of some of our youth ambassadors, especially during the youth sessions when they were very enthusiastic about pitching circular economy or social equality programs to the government. And again, I cannot wait for next year when we roll out PropTech, FinTech, EdTech, health tech solutions to our next generation leaders, including our youth ambassadors and rest of the Kids for SDGs community. Next up, I will swap the slides a bit, because we are very honored that the World Economic Forum's Schwab Foundation has decided to provide an address on the future of social innovation. So please bear with me as I switch slides. And the beauty, I think, that a lot of people associate with social innovation is that, historically speaking, we value impact by, hey, are we here for profit or for people and planet? And what the pandemic has shown is, I think everyone would agree that the time to choose between them is over. We must advance both sets of so-called principles or methodologies for us to essentially build a more sustainable and more impactful world. So now I'm going to quickly introduce our upcoming speaker from, again, the Schwab Foundation. And the title of this is The System Work of Social Change. Dr. François Bonici is the director of Schwab Foundation for Social Entrepreneurship, as well as the head of social innovation at the World Economic Forum. He has recently published a new book on the system work of social change. I'm very honored to be part of the COVID Response Alliance community at the World Economic Forum. And we work with 300 social innovators around the world to think about how can we advance the for people, for planet, and for profit model to a lot of students, especially high school students, who are now for the first time embracing SDG action. So without further ado, I will show amazing video address prepared by Dr. Bonici.
Good afternoon. It's really my pleasure to be here. I'm François Bonici. I am joining you today under the kind invitation to share some life experiences and hopefully some inspiration for the UNITAR youth ambassadors in Asia Pacific. Really, it's an honor to be here. I wish we were in person. I wish this was a conversation, so I'm going to try and keep it relatively informal. Kenneth had asked me to speak a little bit about my own journey and why I'm so inspired by you all today, but also to talk a little bit about the Schwab Foundation for Social Entrepreneurship, where I am now working, and I'm the director of. It's housed at the World Economic Forum, and we'll speak a bit more about that. And finally, about a book that I've recently published, which really helps to surface the work of social change makers and a message of what I feel and what I've seen that is necessary in the time we are living in the world right now. So I'll start with the first one and to share a little bit of the discovery of agency, the concept that we can all do something from wherever we find ourselves, wherever we are in the world. And I want to preface this part of the discussion before I start talking about amazing social change leaders to say that you are amazing social change leaders. And that's actually where the change in the world needs to come from, each individual in their context, looking around them and growing towards meeting a life of purpose and building a world that we want to see. So the first thing to speak about, I'm a medical doctor by training. I worked and grew up in South Africa and worked in Namibia, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, then later in India and Mexico. But really becoming a doctor in the height of the HIV/AIDS pandemic was a real eye-opener in terms of that what I thought I was going to do and the skills that I had were not always equipping me with actually what the challenges of the time and the context were. And as a medical student, and even before that as a volunteer when I was in high school, there was a journey of discovery that I think everyone can take. And that discovery was learning that I didn't have to be in a position of power, or I didn't have to have those skills yet, or I didn't have to have finished even my medical degree to be able to help or to be able to find an opportunity to create change. One of the things that became interesting for me over time, that while I was learning in my traditional education about the mainstream, what was interesting for me is what was happening on the fringes. And I think that became an area of exploration and interest for me over my career. But also it was important to realize that one doesn't necessarily always have to follow, what the current world thinks we should do. And that's why the role of young people in the world is so incredible, because you have the ability to think beyond the institutional boundaries that the rest of us who've grown up and are somewhat stuck by the systems around us. And so, that process for me was really important as a process of self-discovery. There's a great quote from a book called The Starfish and the Spider that says the best knowledge is often at the fringe of an organization. And I would say that, that's true in a society as well. The most interesting knowledge is not necessarily what is well known, but is also what is being explored and what is on the fringe and perhaps not well accepted yet. And so my story then became a junior doctor working in Namibia at the height of the HIV/AIDS pandemic. 20 young doctors from South Africa were running the main hospital of the country. At the time, Namibia didn't have its own medical school. And we found ourselves running the main hospital for the country, 23 years old, without much supervision. And what I realized in that setting was that we didn't have the power or authority to make decisions, but suddenly we were in a position where we needed to, that the situation demanded it. And that together with our peers, together with the cleaners, together with the nurses, we worked out a system that could improve the way the hospital ran, and we started to change things. And my big 2 points of kind of self-realization was, number one, this concept of agency, that I could do things beyond what my job description was, beyond what I was supposed to be doing in the organization, that could help that hospital system in a way beyond my job. And I took that on wherever I went, and that's a really interesting perspective within social innovation now, is understanding that leadership and that service and that impact can come from anywhere in an organization or even outside the organization. So the first concept is this concept of agency, and really encourage you all to not be constrained by, what your parents might say or what your teachers might say or what society might say, but or hold other people up on pedestals, or think I'll get to do that when I am at position X, Y, and Z. You can do things now. You can look around you, and that's where it starts. The second concept for me was really discovering social innovation as a mindset, as a process, as a set of ideas and solutions, as a community of people. And that was also in actually that hospital in Namibia, when I, as my first day as a doctor, took over 2 neonatal ICUs for newborn babies that were overloaded. We had 2 to 3 newborns in the same incubators, and had adopted something from Colombia, from Bogota, of skin-to-skin contact, of babies put on mothers' chests or even fathers' chests to keep them warm. And the science shows that it actually does keep them warm better than an incubator, plus a whole number of other benefits: reduced infection, reduced mortality, less stress, better bonding, better breastfeeding, etc. But that whole mindset of actually there is something different to high tech that is actually the solution required a mindset change also in the doctors and nurses, that no longer we were the carers, actually the mother was the main carer and needed to be involved as opposed to being excluded. And so going back to some quite old practices and traditions, seeing them in new scientific ways, but also recognizing we need to reorganize a system around making that work. And we had to change the mindset of what our roles were as so-called the professionals and the experts, and actually what the role of the mother was actually essential to the healing and the growth of her baby, when in that context, modern medicine had pulled them apart. And so that started my whole exploration into a career looking at alternative practices. And for me, the space of social innovation and social entrepreneurship, which is applying innovation and entrepreneurial thinking to solving social problems and creating social solutions, is for me R&D for society. So like we have R&D, research and development, and we spend lots of money on that in technology and in business, we don't actually invest in that in thinking about how our society should function. The shift along with social innovation is going from only problem thinking to, okay, we need to fix the problems. And that can be quite paralyzing or overwhelming or even depressing, to actually positive mindset thinking and what's called social imagination, to saying, how might we want our society to look like? What could education and schools look like differently, rather than a teacher just standing in front giving information? So the concept of social imagination and forward looking, I think, is really an exciting way to think about our societies, to think about our education systems, to think about our health systems, to think about how we interact with one another. A good parallel example to this is science fiction. So if you think about what Star Wars and Star Trek and many of the science fiction books, stories, and movies have shown us, is an idea of what the future might look like. So that was a kind of imagination of a scientific future. But what that did was inspire thousands of young people to become scientists, to do space exploration, to think about developing technologies of some of those things that might be possible. We now actually have some kinds of scanners that can pick up, that can scan your body and come up with potential problems. And that, you know, that was due to this forward-looking imagination of science fiction. Can we do the same for society? And part of social innovation is the attempt to think about new ways of organizing, new ways of how we are as a society. So that takes me to then the Schwab Foundation for Social Entrepreneurship, which for the last 20 years has sought to seek out these and recognize these incredible social change leaders who have proven that alternatives are possible, alternatives to what business looks like today, and alternatives to how we've been doing development and charities. And we need those ideas and alternatives. It's been a real privilege to work at this institution. I worked here 15 years ago, and I returned 2 years ago as the director, at a time where the world is thinking about our social and environmental problems and is trying to come up with solutions. And I think what's really interesting about this community, if you scratch below the surface of a great technology or a great business model or a great approach, what we're also seeing is actually deep values of equity, deep values of justice, deep values of providing the ability for people to determine their own future. And so that actually led to a research project to look at how we've approached social change in the last century and 2 centuries, and also how that was being done differently. And in the middle of doing this work, we published a report at the Schwab Foundation called Beyond Organizational Scale. Very much in the 20th century, we've had an industrial mindset of thinking about change. Here's a good project that works, let's just scale it up to be bigger. Let's scale it up to go to many different cities, to many different countries. But actually that hasn't worked extremely well, partly because we've been thinking of that in a linear fashion, that what works in one place perhaps doesn't work in another. So what we started looking at was, well, how do we scale impact rather than just scale projects or organizations? Another really interesting book, which is now a little bit older, but is really worth reading, by the serial ecopreneur, entrepreneur, but also environmental entrepreneur called Paul Hawken, wrote a book called Blessed Unrest. And he said the greatest social movement of our time is happening right now. It doesn't have a leader, doesn't have a face, but it is thousands and hundreds of thousands of local organizations, of volunteer associations, of small conservation societies, of community-based organizations that are responding to their society and responding to their environment in a very locally contextual way. And that's actually the greatest social movement of our time. It isn't one leader leading one particular issue. It's the fact that we're addressing all of these issues at the same time, all of the issues that actually are captured in the SDGs. It requires us to lead it as citizens. We can't be waiting for governments. Yes, they are there to provide us support, resources, direction, etc. But it has to also be driven by us as citizens. And so the last kind of piece I want to talk about today is what's reflected in the book that was recently released, and I'm hoping some of you will get access to it, and we're happy to share it with you all. Thinking about this concept that people have been talking about of systems change. We clearly know we need change in systems, but the topic systems changes can be, again, quite overwhelming and a bit abstract. Well, what system are you talking about? When is it changing? Is it in 50 years' time? Is it changing every day? We don't know. So what we really wanted to look at was practices of how we do this deeper systemic work, deeper transformative work, and how organizations that do that successfully can do that. And what I hope you'll find is that it is quite accessible to you all, that you don't need to create and design big projects and big organizations to do this work. In fact, systems change is something we need to be working on every day, because it's about the barriers that are systemic and structural, whether they be barriers of gender, barriers of racial bias, whether they be barriers between classes, that these things are very structural and systemic. No matter what good solution we come up with, unless we address the root causes, why these problems exist in the first place, and that we are all advocates to breaking through those barriers, we won't get there. And sometimes, if you look in the past, and if you look at, in our first chapter, the industry of social change, several development projects, social projects, actually can perpetuate the systemic barriers and the power barriers that lie and that keep populations and communities in poverty, or keep people from really breaking through into what should be an equal opportunity world. And so for you, I would really want to just close by encouraging you that this book really hopefully gives an inspiration that the work of doing the change in the world is everybody's work, no matter where you find yourself, in a school, in a company, no matter what position, in a non-profit, in a government, from the top level position to any other position in the company. This work is our work. And what it requires is us to connect to people. The book is about connection, context, and power. And so it starts with where we are, it starts with who's around us, and it starts with starting to address the powers imbalances that are in place. The organizations we look at and the stories we tell are very much about sharing and distributing agency for people to determine their own futures. In other words, changing the mindset of what social purpose organizations are about, not necessarily about serving good healthcare or good education or good food, but actually about equipping people to have the decisions, have the authority, have the resources to determine their own future, and equipping communities and societies to do that. So we all play a part. So finally, just to thank you all. I'm sorry I don't get to meet you on this occasion, but hope we will again soon. And to wish you a really productive program together, and a belief and conviction in yourselves and what can be achieved together. Thank you so much.
This is the third time I've had the opportunity to listen to Dr. Bonici speak on social innovation. And what strikes me most is his the reason why he decided to do this special address for UNITAR and our day today is because he truly believes that high school students can embrace social innovation, social impact, and social change. It's just that the education system sometimes are not equipped to do so on both a global and a grassroots level. So I'm honestly, very happy to announce that as part of Dr. Bonici's social impact work, we have co-designed a 10-week learning journey that will mirror the Youth Ambassador 10-week program. Essentially, what that means is that our youth ambassadors this year will be the first in the world to actually take Dr. Bonici's 20 years of research and actually apply it as a tangible learning journey to their own current social impact work. And I think that's just such an amazing opportunity. And I wish that I personally had that chance to do so. So again, once again, thank you to Dr. Bonici and the Schwab Foundation for the support of the UNITAR Youth Ambassador Program. And one last thing, if I may, being inspired by Dr. Bonici, I was recently invited to also, write a bit about what it takes to empower the youth entrepreneurs. And it essentially led to an article of me advancing the 6Ps model, which I hope I can share with the wider community later on. So, we are finally here to our first panel. The panel here today, what we find so interesting about today's event is that every panel is moderated by, guess what? Actually, it's kind of logical. One of our high school students, right? Again, it's a UN youth event, so it makes sense that the moderation is done by the Gen Zers. We are very happy to welcome, and I'm sure the UNITAR team is setting it up by spotlighting our speakers. First, Mr. Nitin Kapoor, Ms. Christy Wall, Mr. Olivier Prashad. Our moderator of the day is Ms. Irina Zhang from Japan, and our Youth Forward will be delivered by Ms. Michelle Lee. I will leave it there, and I will hand it over to our amazing moderator of the day. Hi, Irina, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. I would like to thank everyone for inviting me and giving me this special opportunity. So to begin with, I will give the starting statement. So we are here today as part of this UNITAR event to promote open and exchange of ideas and information, usually to better the common good. During this panel, we will discuss accelerating youth change making through the UN SDGs. Today, there are 1.2 young people aged 15 to 24 years, accounting for 16% of the global population. The active engagement of youth in sustainable development efforts is essential to achieving sustainable, inclusive, and stable societies by the target date, and to averting the worst threats and challenges to sustainable development, including the impacts of climate change, unemployment, poverty, gender inequality, conflict, and migration. As a society, we must bring new ideas, stories, and ways to address the issue of youth-led thought and action, leadership, and the many ways the issue is being addressed in our own communities. We hope you can share your thoughts and network with like-minded youth. In order to ensure the best possible conversations, we are delighted to welcome 3 expert panelists to join us today. The panelists have experience in the field of discussion and, more importantly, an oversized passion for youth engagement and activation. This will allow us for a high caliber conversation. But first, let us invite Ms. Michelle Lee to deliver our Youth Forward.
Hi, thank you for having me. How would you define quality education? Is it in the quantity of learning materials, the educators? For me, I would define SDG 4 quality education as an experience in which students are given the utmost opportunities to learn and grow as individuals, to enhance their own personal interests and development, to eventually having a platform in which they can strive in their specific area of interest, and to pursue a purpose in life. Not enough schools provide extracurricular activities, or in other words, learning activities to further cater towards students' interests outside of academics. Hi, my name is Michelle Lee, and I strongly believe in the SDG goal of quality education. As the quality education is a human right and a public good, the importance of education is something that is emphasized globally and rightfully so. I have volunteered at Crossroads, where I've sorted different donated books to provide for people who need it especially. As a student with the privilege of being able to receive this education, my engagement in this SDG goal has been through volunteering, tutoring underprivileged students to be able to explain certain topics and share my increasing knowledge with these children, as well as creating different communities to build up each other's social skills and creating meaningful interactions. UNESCO has stated that quality education aims to ensure the development of a fully rounded human being. Therefore, we must spread awareness about the benefits of extracurricular activities, as they are able to make sure we create the most well-rounded students by giving them increased opportunities, social interactions, and consequently more developed social skills, and gives an extra platform where students can practice their newfound expertise. Overall, extracurricular activities enhance students' existing skills as well as develop new ones in a communal environment, which is why we must encourage schools to provide more extracurriculars to create the most well-rounded students. I am honored to be speaking here today at this meaningful UNITAR event, and I look forward to this amazing discussion on accelerated youth change making. Thank you, and back to you, Arena.
Now I would like to introduce our first panelist, Nitin Kapoor, Chairman and General Director of AstraZeneca Vietnam and Asia Area Frontier Market.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone, and good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. And Arena, can you speak a bit louder as well? You're very soft. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Kapoor.
It's a pleasure to join everyone today. So a very good morning and a good afternoon to all, wherever you are. It's been an exciting day to listen to Kumamoto-san, Dr. Nikhil, Dr. Benici, Kenneth, yourself, and of course, Ms. Arena and Ms. Michelle, your comments. I was also very inspired to hear how this event has come together with the help and support of the 12 young ambassadors. Well, what an inspiring way to hear and to see how the young generation is already pulling together several ideas and bringing the community together. A great example. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my co-panelists, Ms. Christie, Mr. Oliver, Ms. Helen Sybil from AstraZeneca, and my other colleagues from AstraZeneca as well who are online. And of course, personally, it is my pleasure and honor to join this discussion today with all of you. Youth development and empowerment is a topic I personally am very passionate about, something I cherish deeply and invest a lot of personal time and effort to follow this through. As a pharmaceutical company, as a healthcare company, I believe several of our initiatives, vision and values are very closely connected with the United Nations SDG goals, whether you look at the SDG goal 3 on good health or gender equality or climate or in partnerships, community investments, so on and so forth. At AstraZeneca, we support and empower the next generation of our leaders through our Young Health Program, which is a community investment initiatives, operates in about 30 countries around the world, and we work with nonprofit organizations like Plan International and UNICEF. Here in Asia Pacific, I'm very pleased to share The program is live and operating in 9 countries: Australia, China, Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, where I'm based normally. Right now I'm in the UK, but Vietnam is where I'm based normally. Very pleased to also share that through Global Health Program, in 2020 alone, we reached 1 million youth directly with health information. We trained 55,000 peer educators and health professionals, funded 2 major research projects, awarded 21 Youth World Scholarships and 20 step-up grants for young health innovators. Such education opportunities are helping youth to change their lives towards the SDGs. In addition, we also offer global scholarships and grants to provide youth in lower income settings with funding and knowledge to grow and scale their ideas and projects to create meaningful change for better health in their communities. For example, one of the grants we did recently was supporting someone with a fleet of ambulances in rural Bangladesh to address the shortage of emergency medical services in Bangladesh. With this, many living in the rural setting are now able to access emergency services, maternity services, and basic healthcare for the very first time. Through this program, of course, we are also training young drivers, paramedics, contributing to the employment and opportunities in the region where young people often leave their rural community to seek employment in bigger cities, creating further inequality sometimes. As this company grows, we predict that they will reach about 3 million patients in just over 10 years' time, an incredible example on how of young leadership in action. I believe to drive investment and action, sustainable action and success, partnership, whether it is public-private partnerships, partnership between governments and NGOs, MNCs coming together, I think is key for making sustainable long-term changes. So I'm very pleased to join this UNITAR event today with the partners. This is truly an outstanding example and a great pleasure for me to join this event today. A truly great platform where I believe we can all come together and take the roots and grow into meaningful programs for future and empower the next generation, which are key to our future success, whether it is SDG successes, goal successes, or the overall success of the community. So a pleasure to join all of you today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nitin Kapoor. Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Christy Wong, Associate Director ESG, and Amundi.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? So I'll just give a quick introduction of the company that I'm working at. So if you can go to the next slide. So I work for a company called Amundi, which is Europe's largest asset manager and also one of the top 10 largest asset managers in the world. So what does that mean? What is an asset manager? So that means we manage a lot of money. So imagine if you play Monopoly, the board game, and there is a player with a lot of money, and that's us. We manage a lot of money and we make a lot of investment decisions. So other than purchasing properties or investing in properties, we also invest in a lot of different stuff. So next slide, please. So since we have a lot of investment power, there are decisions that we can make that can help make the world a better place. So we have adopted a responsible investment approach, which is in line with the UN SDG. So the first one is exclusion. That means we don't invest in companies that have negative impact to the world. So the second one is impact investing. That means we invest and also show our support by investing in companies that generate positive social and also environmental impact to society. The third one is engagement. That means we engage with companies. We talk to the companies. And if the companies have bad practices, we talk to them to let them know our advice. And if there are best practices out there, we also talk to the companies so we can share the best practices to help them improve. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of different companies that we don't invest in. For example, if the companies make weapons, like chemical weapons or biological weapons, or if there are companies that are involved in pollution industry or high carbon footprint industry, for example, the coal company, or in companies like tobacco companies. So we don't invest in these companies, which is also in line with our belief and our vision in UN SDG. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we also offer a lot of different products that are mapped against the UN SDGs. So when you go to work in future and you have money and you would like to make investments, you can choose your investment products or financial products based on whether the products are making positive impact to the world and whether they also have belief and vision in UN SDG. Next slide, please. So this is the last slide that I have. So because we are a big company with a lot of different investment power, so we have been talking to over 800 companies just last year to let them know our thoughts on UN SDG around like low carbon economy, also on social responsibilities and also sustainable development. So I've just given a very quick overview of Amundi and what I do on a daily basis. So my work involved in making responsible investment decisions. I talk to the companies if they have bad practices, and I also help companies to improve to share best practices. So I will just pause here and hand it back to the panelists. Thank you.
So next, I would like to, thank you, Miss Christy Wong. Is my volume better? Sorry. Okay. Next, I would like to pass it on to Oliver Richard, who is the COO of Learning Planet.
Thank you very much, Irina. I'm very pleased to be with you all. Thank you to guest speakers. I have a special thanks to Kenneth, because it's a huge pleasure to be working with Kenneth on creating youth empowerment circles and other initiatives that I will mention later on. It's a great collaboration. So today I'm going to address a few subjects. I think I'm going to focus on SDG 4.7 about learning for sustainable development, on SDG 17 collaboration, on the idea of co-design and co-construction with youth, with the beneficiaries, which I think is very important in any kind of policy or activity that you lead. And maybe the other dimension really is all this with a youth leadership position. So I have a great pleasure of working at CRI, which is an interdisciplinary research center, and which has co-created the Learning Planet with UNESCO to start with, and now with hundreds of organizations across the world. What we focus on at CRI is designing new ways to learn, to teach, to do research, to mobilize collective intelligence, and all this in different fields like life sciences, digital sciences, all this in order to address collectively complex challenges. How do we solve challenges like the SDGs in a very interdisciplinary manner, because they are all so related? And how do we train the young generation and work with the younger generation and with, in fact, people of all ages, so that we can co-create sustainable and inclusive learning societies? learning communities, learning cities, learning societies, and how do we do it at the scale of the planet? This is a kind of big challenge, but concretely, for instance, a lot of our education system is about learning knowledge from the past in a way which is in competition between students, in a way that is on subject that you don't choose. Everything that we tend to do will be oriented to having the students feel empowered to choose what really is of a strong interest to them, to do everything they learn into collaboration, a real collaborative approach to learning. You work in team to try to address and solve real world challenges, and few schools or universities are able to go to this extent, but there are some great examples across the world. I would name Collège Quatre Pressoir in Haiti, where across all the studies, students are working together with their teachers and the community to solve problems about water, about any kind of big issues. And so this is one very strong component. How do we reinvent learning in a way that it takes you to really addressing the Sustainable Development Goals in all their complex dimensions? To do so, another key dimension really is about partnership. So that's a very big challenge. For the last 12 or 15 years, I've been working around the world trying to build collaboration between different organizations. And what we see is so many people doing great things, but it's difficult to align. So coming from the world of science, for instance, you see that open research, citizen science, there are many ways to collaborate, learn from each other, grow the knowledge, and then get it to another step. In the digital world, you can also see that the coders are not reinventing every line of code every day. They are working together and they're collaborating. In the world of social entrepreneurship, in the world of education, there are great good practices, innovation programs in many parts of the world. But how do we learn from each other? How do we accelerate this learning, share the very best practices? This is a very, very big challenge. So that's another issue on which we are working. So just to give you some of the elements. Another core element that we've seen now, I mean, when we see the problems that we are facing, I'm giving you one example, which is a great partner. The WHO, UNICEF, and the Lancet published last year A Future for the World Children, which is addressing the question of children's health across the world. And it's getting worse on all dimensions: climate impact on youth, the pandemic, but also new addictions like digital addictions, classical addictions. So many challenges that it's one of the worst situations since World War II, okay, across the world. So this report under Mrs. Helen Clark, former Prime Minister of New Zealand and working with UNDP, is calling for the creation of a movement, a real movement that reinvents, in a way, children's rights. There should be a right, for instance, to breathe pure air. So all these new rights that have to be invented in regard to the challenges that we face, and the creation of a movement that can bring all the youth who are involved and mobilized for their future, whether it's for education, health, gender equity, any kind of core subject. They should be able to be together to reach out to other youth, but also to influence all policies. So this report gave birth to Children in All Policies, CAP 2030, which is how do we bring in children from the very beginning, from inception, to elaborating the policies that do concern them first. And so with Learning Planet, with Kids for SDGs, with Ashoka France, with the City of Paris, we all are joining our forces, and we created a youth empowerment circle a few months ago, which has for mission really to make sure that we connect all the youth movements. We have really very, very many organizations, and Catalyst 2030 also is a network of social entrepreneurs working with youth-led organizations, the Global Student Forum. How do we bring them together so that they can tend to create this movement and to be playing a role at policy level, whether in cities, countries, or internationally. So at the time being, we are electing the Youth Council that will be able to work with other Youth Council. And we're doing this with Kenneth as a member of a jury, but many other people. But what we would like to do is how do we make sure that the Youth Council is in the leading position, not even in the advisory role, but in the leading position. And that Club of Rome, Learning Planet, Kids for SDGs, CAP 2030, Catalyst 2030 are there to empower them. We're working as a middle ground. We're working with on-the-ground kids, activists, students, many others, researchers, educators, and we are well connected to institutions. And how do we bring them together in the space so that they can do things together that they couldn't do otherwise? I mean, this is really informing all kinds of policy. My friend, Professor Tim Unwin, wrote 3-4 years ago a book called Reclaiming ICT for Development. And it really shows that one of the things that is not working well is that you don't work with the beneficiaries to start with. So we want to work with youth to start with, have them in a leading position and change education and this. And I'm not dreaming. I will come back to dreaming in 1 minute, but the city of Paris has created, co-created, co-written with the children of Paris, a charter for children's rights, okay, which is now being implemented by all the policymakers in Paris, all the teams, together with the children who are looking after the implementation of their ideas. And their ideas are very inclusive, looking after people with a situation of handicap, looking after the environment, and it's working. So we are documenting all this, working with networks of cities to grow these kinds of approaches, which are very, very concrete and very impactful, at least at the city level, for instance. And 2 more words. In addition to mobilizing youth, putting them in the leadership role with the help of so many networks and finding ways of collaborating is a challenge. We need some digital tools and digital solutions to better understand what is happening everywhere. In the past 2 years, I've had so many collaboration with so many people doing the same thing, but not knowing it. So how do we navigate all this incredible enthusiasm? Club of Rome has created a network called Planetary Emergency, bringing together 300 organizations or more that are fighting for environmental protection, but that feel, even if they represent millions of people, they feel that if they don't work together, they are less strong than lobbies going in the other direction. So how do we create this movement and this trend? So we need digital solutions. And for the time being, for instance, we are co-developing with partners, and especially IT team at CRI, a GPS of knowledge, a GPS that allows us to position all educational projects or other projects so that you can understand who is doing what. And oh, this youth scientist program is incredible. It's working in 17 countries with 35,000 teachers. What can I learn from it? What can I take from it? A bit like GitHub in an open way. And this kind of open, collaborative digital solution to share what we do in education so that it gets into the same level than the digital world or than the research world. The last thing then is that all this is giving birth to convergence. And for instance, we will be with Learning Planet at the World Expo. And at the World Expo, we are bringing together 3 to 5 members of a youth council so that they can express on International Education Day what they think is very important for the futures of education. But we are also having an encounter between the Little Prince of Saint-Exupéry, who's an eternal young person, and he's our partner and ambassador too. And the Little Prince will meet WeLearn, an AI that can navigate all the spaces of knowledge. So we are trying to bring together the youth, the AI, the collective intelligence, and poetry with a Little Prince together to advance some of the key SDG issues. I hope I was clear. I went through different kind of pathways in my talk, but once again, very pleased to be with you.
Thank you all the panelists for sharing your views on the topic. Next, I would like to, so for today's, I would facilitate today's discussion. We will begin with guiding questions for our guest speakers. And to our guest speakers, I would like to ask you to respond to the question first, and then please keep the answers to 1 to 2 minutes each so that all of you can answer. So on to the questions. I am a youth and in this day and age, and sometimes I feel that my voice may not be heard in such a big issue. So using the information that all of you currently have and is available to us, what do you think is the overall key to innovating our society's approach to include youth voices in decision making?
So maybe I jump in and I'm gonna play. So Irina, the best way, maybe you gotta, say, hey, Christy, why don't you start? And then Christy then get to nominate who goes next. How about that?
Okay. Then yeah. Let's start with Christy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you, Irina. Yeah, so my view is that there are many ways that you can get your voices heard, and it depends on your decision making. And I think on an individual level, you can use your lifestyle and your buying power to make a difference and also make your voices heard. For example, when you go shopping, if you want to buy a bag, you can Google and search about the bags company and see whether the company has any commitment around sustainability. And that's the thing that you can do on an individual level. And on a collaboration level, you can join NGOs that support UN SDGs, exchange your views and ideas with like-minded friends and adults, and also with your teachers. You can also share your views with local policy decision makers. And if they are a bit hard to reach, then you can also share your views with UNITAR and also your local NGOs, and to see how you can reach the local policy decision makers. So that's my view. So I'm going to nominate Kapoor to be the next speaker.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you so much, Irina. Great question. So let me linking on to my co-panelist comment. I take a perspective of what you do in personal life closely links to work life, and what you do at work life closely links to personal life. So let me take an example. I have two daughters. One just started university last year, so second year university. Other one is much younger. She's in primary school. She's about 10 years old. So my wife and I, like many parents, make sure they get good education, they have access to good opportunities, and most importantly, they have freedom to pursue subjects and careers which strongly interest them, regardless of what society thinks, whether it's for men or for women. They should be able to choose freely whatever they want to pursue. And I think teenagers are at a crucial age in exploring their passion and purpose in life, and should be optimistic about their future. We owe it to them to make sure that they have an opportunity, they see a bright future ahead of them, no matter what is their background. So as a son, as a father, as a husband, as a company leader, I embrace the same spirit at work. In AstraZeneca Vietnam, where I'm based, many of our employees are based in provinces across the country. They come from various backgrounds. More than 60% of them, out of 500 odd people, are females, and most of them are young, in their 20s and 30s. So as a company, we try to promote the same. We promote inclusion and diversity. We encourage speak up at work, lifelong learning, and employees in turn are inspired to bring this company spirit back to their homes, back to the societies, back to their loved ones and families and society around them. And a significant number of our sustainability initiatives in Vietnam, for example, linking into our Young Health program earlier on, is linked to some of these values. We also collaborate with Young Physicians Association, which is making some tangible impacts along with the YHP in Vietnam, where 51,000 youth have directly benefited. 1.6 million community members have been beneficiaries through knowledge and resource sharing to lead a healthier life. And on the policy front, when we make a contribution through partnerships and sustainable change, policy change plays a key part. And I'm very pleased to share some of the work we are doing in collaboration with Plan International and with UNICEF and our partners is leading to policy changes. And a good example is Prime Minister of Vietnam recently approved the Youth Development Strategy 2021-2030. And you can see how some of these initiatives, the voice of the youth, the work we all do together is coming together to make a sustainable long-term change through policy changes in the country as well. So I think, yeah, that's my thought on it, that, we need to bring this all together. So I would nominate Oliver.
Thank you very much, Nathan. So I will, go in the same direction, but by my co-panelists maybe insist and come back to the idea that for many years we see very good youth voice programs. So we give and we listen to the voice of youth in different instances, in many situations. And there are youth also who are mobilizing themselves as activists and creating movements and fighting for causes. The thing is to which extent is this really taken into consideration by policymakers, and to which extent are these youth and their views associated to the whole process from inception to implementation of the programs. And for long, it could seem kind of not feasible to really do this and work with youth. And I think we need to find ways of taking it to this level of being associated to the conception and the implementations. And we work with a lot of people. A lady called Dominique Bersini, Défenseur des droits de l'enfant, has been working for years with politicians across the world and say, okay, we can listen to some extent, but we're not implementing. So how do we take it there? So it's really about, if you want this to be implemented, it is really going to the new rights. If you have a real right that you can apply, this is going to something that is going to change the policies. The CAP 2030 initiative, or at least the report, was calling for even reinventing the SDGs, all of them, or revisiting them, putting it through the youth perspective. What does this SDG mean for youth? And what are the policies that we implement so that the SDG is really benefiting the youth or is really aligned? So this is really something, taking it all the time to a next level and moving from youth voice to youth participation. Hopefully, the next time that there's a meeting like this one, our youth council will be elected and you won't have to bear with me anymore. I mean, we will, it's being elected end of September and will be in place by early October, but that's really the idea. But I don't think youth can do things alone. It's really intergenerational, and how do we work with them? So a few weeks ago, early July, we had a youth mayor from Amsterdam and the adults, and there's a real discussion. So at institutional level, at NGO level, at association or social entrepreneurs level, how do we have real youth advisors that are playing this role? So this is the kind of point I want to raise, and we start to see it happen more and more. That's one level. And another level is in doing these youth council and youth movements, there's a strong interdisciplinary and intercultural dimension. What we did with Kenneth and a few others, when we have these youth, and we had something like 25 youth speakers over the last few months, meeting and talking, they say what we need is, we are activists, we are fighting for gender equity, or we're fighting for protecting the environment and biodiversity, but we do this with our own communities. We tend to think that this is the most important thing, and we don't look at what the others are doing. So having spaces for conversation where all the people can meet in a safe way, understand what they are doing, learn from each other, share it in their regional context, and from there build new steps. So I keep it. I stop here. But
thank you. Irina, if I may jump in, due to time, would it be possible you proceed to the last part and just kind of close the session? Thank you so much.
Thank you all for all the panelists talking about this view, and it also even tied into what the main panel was supposed to answer. So to begin the final ending, I would like to again thank all of you for being part of today's discussion on accelerating youth change-making through the UN SDGs. Far from being more beneficiaries of the 2030 agenda, youth have been active architects in its development and continue to be engaged in the framework and processes that support its implementation. Follow-up and review. The adoption of the 2030 agenda represented the culmination of an extensive process led by civil society, including youth organizations. The time to act and lead is now. Thank you. And back to our host.
Thank you so much. A great round of applause for Irina and Michelle for moderating, as well as giving the youth voice. Bravo, bravo.
Thank you.
Thank you. So once again, Mr. Nitin Kapoor, Ms. Christy Wong, Mr. Olivier Prashad. I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you so much for joining us on a Saturday, inspiring our youth ambassadors. And honestly, we do look very much forward to supporting each of your individual ventures as as our youth community in Asia Pacific. Thank you once again, and have a great weekend. Next up, we have a very short showcase by the Social Enterprise Forum. And SEWF is one of those global organizations that actively work with organizations such as the Schwab Foundation, right? Ashoka, as Olivier just mentioned. And what Nitin and Christy alluded to as well is, between healthcare and financial literacy, these are all things that are very important parts of being a proper social innovator or social entrepreneur. So now, Mr. Jerry Higgins has actually invited some of our youth ambassador members to join the upcoming Social Enterprise World Forum. And to learn a bit more about this forum, I will play a video now.
I do think one of the things I really appreciated about this forum is, one, how much more inclusive it is.
Maybe this is about time that we intentionally develop programs within our organization, make mental health part of your HR process.
We don't need another hero. We need millions of heroic acts. In order to unleash that, we need that kind of mentorship, the skills, we need that dialogue, and I think STWF is doing all of that.
Hello, my name is Mirabel Moore and I'm the Community and Communications Manager at the Social Enterprise World Forum, or SEWF for short. And at SEWF, our goal is not to propose a set of rules for the social enterprise movement, but rather we want to facilitate a conversation, a global conversation that promotes a much more better understanding of what the social enterprise movement is all about, while also respecting and celebrating and supporting the efforts of all those around the world who are working towards more sustainable and inclusive economies, and also support social enterprises that are working and solving some of the world's biggest challenges. Some of the ways in which we achieve this are by organizing our annual event, and this year we have SEWF 2021, which is said to be the world's largest gathering for social entrepreneurs, or the world's largest social enterprise gathering. And we will be organizing SEWF 2021 alongside our 2021 co-host, Common Good Solutions, based in Halifax in Canada. For SEWF 2021 will be held on 28th to 29th of September, and we're looking forward to having over 3,000 participants and change makers from different parts of the world. We are also looking forward to having over 100 expert speakers from all different sectors of the social enterprise movement. And we also will be having over 20 community hubs, as SEWF 2021 will be a hybrid event held both virtually, so anyone from anywhere around the world can attend this virtually, but also if people would prefer to attend our event and communicate with people physically, then they could also attend any of our in-person hubs or community hubs situated in different places around the world. And we also will be having over 50 different sessions, so you could be part of different social enterprise topics that are closest to your heart. And also there will be closed captioning and also interpretation both in French and in English. But before SCWF 2021, we have the Youth Forum. Thanks to our youth advisory group, the SCWF Youth Advisors are young people under 30 from different parts of the world, including Bangladesh, Nigeria, the US, Canada, Taiwan. These are young people who bring in their fresh perspectives and insight, and they also help in bringing ideas that would go into the programming of both the SCWF 2021 and also the Youth Forum. The Youth Forum is an avenue for young people around the world to learn about the social enterprise movement. How can they become better social entrepreneurs? How can they pitch to get more investors? How can they prepare business models? How can they take care of their well-being and their mental health? There's so many interesting sessions and masterclasses that will be held at the Youth Forum. We would love to invite you to be a part of both the SCWF Youth Forum, which will be held on the 27th of September, and also SCWF 2021, which will be held from the 28th to the 29th of September. To learn more about the Youth Forum and SCWF 2021, please feel free to go to our website, www.scwfonline.com. But also, these are not the only programs that we have for the year. We also have the Rural Forum coming up in October, and also we have the Academic Forum coming up in November 2021. We would really love to have your presence there, and we would love to have you join the SCWF community or the SCWF network, as people have said that this has been an avenue for them to connect with like minds, and also our events have changed the perspectives of so many people about social enterprise, and they get to learn a lot more about the social enterprise movement. So I look forward to seeing you at either of our events, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. And again, I love our supporting organizations because thanks to the invitation, 2 of our youth ambassadors were selected to speak at the Social Enterprise World Forum. Ms. Jane Poon and Mr. Justin Chang, if you're in our audience, wave your hand, right? Of course, they will also join 6 other global ambassadors of Kids for SDGs. So very much looking forward to that. Next up, wow, panel 2, talking about scaling student agency in Asia's best-in-class case studies. What a panel. And I think we have a pretty full house today in our Zoom room. So happy. We are here to introduce everyone on the screen, but of course, I will let our wonderful youth moderator, Ms. Tanya Kanduri. Take it away, Tanya.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to all the participants and attendees. Thank you for joining us today. I hope we are all having a good afternoon. I'm excited to be moderating this panel, so let's begin. There has been much focus recently on advocating for student agency in the context of education, and correspondingly, many interpretations of this principle is available. Some say student agency is ownership. It is command, an active process of engagement and authority over your learning. Teachers must deprivatize education for students to own it. Others say teachers must be coaches and facilitators and open the classroom floor up to the students. Educators must make sure that students get to make decisions about their learning, becoming actively engaged in the learning and assessment process. During this panel titled Scaling Student Agency, Asia's Best-in-Class Case Studies, we will be discussing how stakeholders engaged with advancing student agency can empower students to set goals, reflect, and act responsibly to affect change. In order to ensure the best possible conversations, we have 3 amazing panelists, each of the leaders in their field, who will be joining us today and share their best-in-class case studies from academic institutions across Hong Kong and Asia. But first, let us welcome Mr. Palawish Kumar to deliver his SDG forward.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. A very good afternoon and a very good evening from the beautiful islands of Fiji. My name is Palvish Kumar. I'll be representing Youth Voices for Climate Action, UNESCAP. So, children and education, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, also known as Global Goals, were set forth by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty and protect the planet and to ensure that by 2030 all people enjoy peace and prosperity. The 17 integrated goals are designed as a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. And in this universal call to action, no stakeholders should be left behind, and not even children. Incorporating SDG goals in early childhood education helps children to develop insight, connect the dots, and understand how everything everywhere is interconnected. The SDG issues are very much part of our social fabric, and the better understanding of these issues help a child to be more aware and be involved in active problem solving as SDGs are actionable goals. It will help young minds to foster values that supports SDG goals, sustainable development goals, which includes wise use of resources, cultural diversity, gender equality, sustainable consumption, and many more. Early awareness will help these children grow up to be more conscious and bring about measurable, favorable, and gradual changes to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Out of this globally connected world, early discussion, observation, and awareness will allow kids to toy with ideas to get them thinking globally and act regionally, thus accelerating the pathway to achieve the triangle dot input, economic efficiency, social equality, environmental acceptability, and justice. Children need to be empathy to develop healthy relationship with people, the planet, and the peace, which is possible only through the integration of knowledge of SDGs and the storytelling of SDGs on essence of why and for whom they were formed. Understanding of the sustainability issues will gravitate these young minds to think into innovative approach, plan, and management ideas. It will guide them towards sustainable development of their communities through their own personal and uh, collective effort. Explaining SDGs must include opportunities for children to engage in stimulating dialogues about interconnection. Compassion about should be built so that they can be more passionate and engaged adults later in life. Learning small concrete actions to help achieve sustainability will further encourage them to foster value that promotes sustainability in the adult phase of their life. As adults, we need to teach our children to be compassionate and respect difference and equality and fairness to climate and people. A small effect that can cause ripple. Similarly, small sustainable habits at early stage like 7R, which some of you may know about it. Reduce, reuse, recycle, respect, repair, reflect, and refuse can cause a momentum in the road of sustainability. It is important for children to understand that their personal and community collective efforts can help the world to confront the climate challenges and build more sustainable world for each one of us. It is important to let them know that they are the heroic leaders of the change. It is time that we raise adults who believes that impact they can have on planet is crucial. Because if there is one child who believes in SDGs, it means there will be one adult who will walk towards SDGs. So let's act now and act together. Thank you.
I'm delighted to be joined by our three lovely panelists, Mr. Stuart Redden, Learning and Teaching Advisor for the English Schools Foundation, Ms. Viola Lam, founder of Find Solutions, and Dr. Marshall Zhang, Sustainable Development Coordinator for FIS Hong Kong and co-founding director of Ocean 3C. Now, I would like for our amazing three panelists to present their views on this topic as a whole, starting with Mr. Stuart Redden.
Thank you very much, Tanya. When I was thinking about this and how it related to student agency, a quote by a philosopher, Alvin Oe, came into my mind. And what he said was that the world shows up, but the world doesn't show up for free. And that's something that I thought was very interesting, because it just shows how, in terms of student agency, the student has to be involved to discover, to inquire, to connect with the world. And the worry is that when we make our education too passive, that you don't get enough of that really happening. So that was something that then linked to a quote that came to mind, which was by William James. And he said, "My experience is what I attend to." And that sort of brings another aspect of student agency in, and it's the aspect of choice, that you have a choice whether to focus on something, to attend to something. You know, you could be a student in a class, and what's happening there is, you know, you're attending, you're focusing on what the teacher's saying, or you're not, but you have a choice to do that. Now, it was from that then that I started to think about that, how it connects to the learning process and what keeps the student more activated and involved in the learning process. And I believe when students are inquiring and involved in inquiry-based learning, then they're more connected and they're more responsible. And that's a key thing, being connected and being responsible for their learning. And it made me think about the environments as well in which our students learn. And one of the issues with schools is they don't look much like any other place in which students will go on and work. They're very, very different. They're artificial, removed environment. In fact, probably the closest thing to most schools would be a prison. Now, they're not that bad, but you know, in terms of the regimentation, etc. And that's one of the things that I think is important for student agency is it's with authentic experience, authentic environment, is where it will promote the students to be able to develop themselves and understand themselves really as learners. And from that, I thought of an example. A few years ago, a sustainability consultancy company approached me and they asked for a meeting, and I met with them and they said, well, we'd like to, you know, work on a sustainability strategy with your organization, and we want to work with your senior management team. And I was kind of thinking, well, I'm not sure if top-down is going to be the best way to approach this. You know, I'm not sure how well the message will come through. So I kind of was polite, but kind of left it there, and somehow I had a meeting with this company again. And when I had the second meeting with them, I said, look, guys, can we turn it around? Can we develop this from the grassroots level? Could we have the students work with you? And they were taken aback a little bit at first, but I said, look, I'll work with you guys. Believe me, we can get through this. And with that, I got about 40 students across our schools involved, and the sustainability company did exactly what they would do with a senior management team in big businesses. And they worked with the students, gave them the background, told them about pillars, KPIs, goals, etc. And about a year later, after about eight Saturdays of 9 to 5 working on this, the students had the sustainability strategy, which was involved in writing, editing, and presented it to senior management at ESF. And then it was ratified and taken on. And that has been given the strategy such better buy-in because it's been worked up from the grassroots level. And that's what I think is just so important about student agency and the environment.
Thank you so much for sharing your views. I would like Ms. Viola Lam to present their views on this topic as a whole next.
Thank you so much for having me today to join in. It's such a wonderful panel because to see the biggest tool in Hong Kong education, especially for good. Let me introduce myself a little bit. I'm Viola, and also I used to be an educator. I've been teaching more than 10 years. I teach math. So for student agency, that part for me, it's something really important because you empower the kids to do something that they love to. Meanwhile, they can carry on with their education on their own. So today I want to show you a little bit here and there and to tell you how we have been working, especially in Hong Kong. So in Hong Kong, most of the kids, if they don't understand something, they try to pretend that they understand something. Yeah, so everybody, they pretend it. And the most important thing is, normally, if a teacher can recall somebody don't understand something, normally it's the top 5 or the worst 5%. So how are we going to do it? We want to help the kids. So I've been starting to work on AI for more than 12 years for R&D. But what we do is we build a motivation AI, which means in the application itself, we build an app called Follow the Trees. We see the emotion of the kids when they're doing exercises. So we're quite lucky. We got a Series A funded, 5 million, and I'm working with Cyberport. In Hong Kong at the moment, we have almost 24 awards globally and locally. But the core part is we wanted to know if the kids, they get stuck, but avoiding to ask the question to the teacher. But the software directly can see that if the kid's happy or sad, or do they need help, something like that. So I want to share a case in Hong Kong, how we're going to do it for good. At the moment, because of COVID, a lot of kids, let's say if they do remote learning, the teacher is really difficult to find out if they really understand something unless they have a test or homework. So it's really difficult. So what we do is Follow the Trees, we provide an online platform. We know the real-time emotion of the person when they're doing something. And then Chunks, we build a live stream channel. That for the kids, let's say if you don't have a good Wi-Fi at home, or if you don't have a good device at home, but you can watch it later like Netflix. So this model, we have been working in Hong Kong, and then we're also working with Topo and GRE at the moment. We signed a deal with them lately. And in Hong Kong, we have over 90 schools actively in use, especially for DSE exam. So how it's going to work? Let me show you a quick video, then you understand how it works. So if it is in a classroom setting, a lot of kids, they get bored, they don't like it, but there is a lot of work that teacher has to be done. So what we do is we're using an iPad or any smart device. We real-time see the kids' result and response, but we don't collect any video. So we do the real-time prediction on what kind of content they get stuck, and then using AI to auto-forward the content to the kids, to motivate them to work. In Hong Kong, we see a result, almost 10% learning engagement increase. And in the past, most of the homework, they copy from the friends. They avoid homework. But now because of the app itself, they love to work on it. This is something that we're really happy about it. So last but not least, we also build a platform. It's a video-based platform. We empower the 90 school. Let's say some of the kids, they are not really at the school, but they can just type a keyword. They can find all kinds of video or live stream with the teacher, not just one-on-one, but one-to-many. But in this kind of way, the most important thing is the teacher can see the result from the kids using 4 little trees. So they can have an interaction with the students right away, instead of just like now, if we Zoom in this way, let's say if the audience, do they like it or not? We don't know. So that is the reason why we built something like this as a total solution. It's going to help the kids to roll it on, especially they have a better learning experience, also empower them to share the knowledge by themselves. So now we work with Association Hong Kong called HKACE. It's a group of computer teachers. We will also let this platform to let the kids to record their own videos to share the knowledge to the world. We hope that this kind of software, we give it for free to the kids. The most important thing is we wanted to help them to learn on their own, so nobody left behind. So this is a small sharing for me today. And the most important thing is all the transcript, let's say all the video, let's say 5 minutes video, but we have all the transcript right there. So we want to have a fast forward learning for everyone. So it streamlined the whole thing, and then everybody have a good time when they're learning. So last but not least, Cyberport is also adopting our current solution at the moment. So very likely in the next quarter, we will pop in to have other exam content in order to help different area for good. So this is my small contact. I hope you guys enjoy the talk a little bit. And then we're going to discuss a little bit more later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Viola Lam, for sharing. Now, I would finally like for Dr. Marshall Jom to present his views on this topic as a whole.
Thank you very much for introducing me. So hi everyone, I'm Marshall. So I'm very pleased to be here and speak to you all today. So I'm a bit disturbed to be the third one because all the bright idea and the nice message have been said already. So it will make my talk very short. So I will just start as Stuart did by a quote. So I think it's stuff of all people like us. So I'd like to quote this one from the infamous French microbiologist Louis Pasteur, saying that change favor only the people mind. So you need to raise question, you need to raise yourself and be more aware about question to seize opportunities. So it's really about this one. So what I'm doing in classroom with French international schools or what I'm doing with Ocean Free Sea is not provide answers, but ask questions. So that's the main point. So it's a student-centered approach, but there's no point giving answers if you don't understand the problem. No one can be empowered or feeling self-confident enough to just address issue if they don't know or if they don't understand. So there's no point pushing forward if you are not able to raise questions. So that's the main point for you guys, for you students, raise your own questions. This is what we are doing at Ocean Free Sea. We are connecting people, we are bringing stakeholders around the same tables, students of course, but also professional, being academics, corporate, NGOs, and the students, they can bring their own questions. It's a live interaction, it's how the people can know more about what they don't understand. And then suddenly everyone feels much more than happy to collaborate. And this is where Ocean Free Sea is about. The Free Sea stands for collaboration, culture, and circularity as we are addressing some environmental problems. So I will be giving you a bit of history about Ocean Free Sea. So it all started at the French international schools. And because I seized the opportunity that at FIS, we created a new curriculum. So I'm from the French stream. You notice that I'm not English speaker. So I do speak English, but not as nice as my fellow panelists here. So, and at FIS 3 years ago, they opened a science class in English. And then this was the opportunity for me to reach outside the organic borders of FIS. This was the first opportunity given to me to connect with the people in Hong Kong, because obviously when you speak French, then it's fairly limited to interact with others. Then at that time, we interacted with 2 local schools in Chiang Kwan O and also in Chan Shui Po. And then we just felt it was great, but something was missing, the knowledge. And then we felt that during the interaction, most of the kids and even the students, they didn't know enough about ocean. And then we were somehow hindered by a lack of information. Then comes Ocean Free Sea, and then this is where we are providing program for secondary schools, but also train the trainer to bring everyone to the same tables with fairly the basic knowledge, and then this is empowering everyone. So basically, raise your question, feel confident to go out and then look around the world, experience the out of the classroom, real world. This is not all in the classroom, as Stuart said. So somehow schools, they're a bit limited. So this is, you're not going to do everything, experience everything in the class. So go out, make your own ways, and you should achieve a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall Jom, for your views. Now, to facilitate today's discussion, we will begin with guiding questions for our guest panelists. We ask that our guest speakers respond to the questions one by one with quick 1 to 2 minute responses. The first question is, as a leader in the education history, how does the academic institution you oversee support and scale student agency?
Is that to me, Tanya, first?
Yes.
Thank you, Tanya. Yeah, I mean, certainly within our schools, we do the IB program right through, and a really important component of that program is inquiry-based learning. And that is a really useful program in terms of where the students can start to build the skills and to enable them, to empower them, you know. And from that, what is interesting then is what they're enabled to do when they sort of go and they create businesses within the school, tech conferences, sustainability initiatives, a number of different areas that they work on, and basically become empowered to make a difference in the world and to do some real life work.
Thank you so much. Now for Ms. Baolan.
So for us, because we work at software, so we wanted to build some tools, especially that we can encourage people, especially the student, they can do the knowledge sharing. Because the best way for educators is they pass on the knowledge to the students while they can pass it on to the others, which means that they empower the learning and meanwhile they can really facilitate it to the society. So for us at the moment, both of the portfolio trees and chunks, we enable them to learn. Meanwhile, they can share the knowledge to other kids. Using the video channel, they can share the video to other people. So now we're running a program in Hong Kong for 90 kids, 90 schools, sorry. But in the future, we want to hope to work with different schools or different institutes that it can be empower more this kind of learning for everyone to join in for fairness and empower them to grow.
Thank you for your answer, Ms. Baolan. Now if we move on to Dr. Marshall Zhong.
Thank you. So yeah, again, so as we said, it's always about putting the students at the center of the questioning and then bringing forward what they want to learn and what they want to do. How do you do that? Of course, you need to be in a safe environment. So you need to provide them confidence, support, and guidance. So they need to feel empowered, but in a way that it's always try and fail. And then it's normal to fail and fail and fail. And at some point you will succeed. But even if you achieve success, there will be more failures coming on. So we do not always look for just succeeding. So you need to be prepared that it will be a struggle for a long way. So this is how the schools, they're providing some support, it's safe, and then they do have experts in-house, but same, so in schools and at French international schools or in other schools. So there are teachers. So teachers, they know their subject very well, but our students need to experience real life. So what we do in the classroom is sometimes very different than the real life, because it's evolved very fast. We are less adaptable. So this is how come Ocean 3C to bring experts. So, and then the students, they can interact lively. And then you have state-of-the-art students, you have state-of-the-art educators. Then somehow from this one, something nice comes out.
Thank you for your answer. On to our second question. As we look forward to new opportunities and challenges in the education system, playing catch up to real world demands, how does you and your team create pathways and solutions to bridge the gap?
Okay, I think it's interesting in the question there where you mention real world. I would say in terms of that, bring the real world into the schools or bring the schools into the real world. And that connection is very important. I remember with that a student who'd done some work on a personal project, which is an IB project where they have to go and do an independent project. And the project that she did was to put solar panels on the roof of the schools. And it was quite amazing how it enabled her, because what she did was she wrote away for grants. She invited people into the school, people outside, didn't realize that she was a student, kept asking for Miss Chan, one of our teachers, when she was one of our students. And she saw the whole project right through to being there when the panels were being constructed, put on the roof and involved. And later I hired her as a sustainability consultant because COVID stopped her going to university, and got her to help me work with a project we were running with the Nature Conservancy. And it was the thing that she said. She said, from doing this, I've learned more than what I've learned in my studies. And I think that really shows us the direction where we need to go with education.
Thank you for your answer. Now on to Ms. Lam, please.
So for me, because we work on education solutions, so we have quite a lot of different use case. And one of them it rings a bell for me is like, we have LLB students, because of COVID, she literally gets stuck in Hong Kong, cannot fly back to UK, continue her study. So because we're teaching TOEFL using our platform, so she learned the TOEFL and she learned the IELTS. So now she also have her second career instead of just being a student, but she also passed on her knowledge to other people using the video channel chunk. And it also, she helped almost 100 students in Hong Kong to learn English in a good way. And then they can do a lot of interaction for good. So I think in the future, the most important thing is always is engagement in education. You need to get the student engaged, but you need to give them a platform so that they can share the knowledge. Also, they can share the experience to others so everybody can learn from it.
Thank you, Ms. Lam, for your answer. Now finally on to Dr. Jean.
Thank you. So as you can guess, at Ocean 3C, we focus on ocean, which is a very complex topic. So it's a very large issues about ocean. So it's trying to understand what's our influence on the ocean and what the influence of the ocean on us. So, and this one is usually, as we do a secondary school program, is to provide induction to students to have more or less the same understanding across the few schools and all the schools joining the program. And then we provide them questions. So we just say, okay, we're having experts coming along with you, but here are the topics, let's say, the role of the ocean in climate regulation, or the role of the ocean in carbon sequestration or oxygen production. So they feel that this topic is very, very complex. But suddenly when they go ahead with their mentors, they just raise their own question, and little by little they dig in and they get empowered and they own the problem. And what is great is when it's peer-to-peer talking. So we are having usually symposium in January or February, and then we see the kids teaching each other, speaking to each other in their own language, not teachers speaking about a complex information, but kids exchanging information. And this is super exciting because at the beginning, they don't want to go on stage in front of a few hundred people, but suddenly they feel empowered and they're so excited that they want more and more and more. So what we're trying to do this year, so it's to organize their first meeting in schools, and hopefully we'll be able to go to museum or big places, public places, and just show that the kids, 11, 12, 13, 14 years old, they are the one to lead the way right now. And so because they feel empowered, they can address very strong message.
Thank you, Dr. John, for your views. We are on to our last guiding question, which is, what are some areas you believe that Hong Kong schools can more collectively collaborate on to create an even more world-class education with a more focus on impact, innovation, and inclusion?
Yeah, let's start with a thought experiment. Imagine that every student in Hong Kong has their own personalized education where they're connected with businesses, NGOs, universities, academia. I think that would be the ideal. In some respects, there's not much stopping us for that. We have the technology to do that. We have obviously the companies, the business, the world around us, all of that in place. I mean, it obviously would take a bit to achieve that. But I think the thing that would actually stand in a way is probably mindset. I think one of the things that we really need to look at here in Hong Kong is how we change the mindset to education and realizing what benefits you get from a truly empowered education where a student really has agency. I think that is probably the key thing for me.
Thank you for your views. On to Ms. Lam, please.
For me, I think Stuart already said the best part. In Hong Kong, a lot of people, especially for educators, they avoid risk. They quite risk averse because the reason why is they wanted to do something that already proven work. But for new stuff, let's say if they empower to use new technology using AI, especially in learning, they are pretty scared. I would say the best way is the teacher or a lot of different institutes, they start to dig into some small pilots so they can put into some effort to empower the students to do better. Because there is a lot of things that the kids' mindset, the creative parts, if they can have a place to shine, it can go really forward ahead. Last but not least, I want to share the last case. The LLB students that I just mentioned to you, she is literally using my platform, earning almost 40K Hong Kong dollars a month. The point is, if somebody, they have a new mindset, they can adopt something like that. It's a new way of learning, it's a new way of innovation, also is inclusive for everybody. So I think the most important thing is try whenever you have a time and whenever you have a chance to work on it.
Thank you, Ms. Lam, for your answer. And finally, on to Dr. Zhang.
Thank you. So I can't agree more about what has been said by my fellow panelists. So again, it's about mindset. It's about opening to the world and then thinking beyond the borders. So it's not only in Hong Kong. So where I grew up in France, teachers are the same. So actually, teacher in a classroom, you're very safe. You control everything. You control the timing. You control the movement of the kids. You control what they're learning. So it's all about taking risk. And taking risks is not too much into education. So you want a safe place for the kids, but you want also to offer them opportunities to be exposed to real life. So what is exciting about Hong Kong, that compared to where I grew up in France, is the diversity of the people, the diversity of culture, and the diversity of education. So what we need to bring together is this collaboration. Maybe it's come from my past as a researcher, but if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go together, team up. So this is really what is missing in Hong Kong. I feel at the moment, there's so much opportunities and potential. Just collaborate, open your schools to new views, bring in people from around and from other schools. It could be students, it could be professional, but be more aware about your surroundings. So this is what we need to do together, collectively, so we'll be brighter, for sure.
Thank you so much for your response, Dr. Jean. Finally, I would like to invite all panelists to state a possible action they can take now to solve the problem in the topic.
I would say just getting far more connected, more connections, so that we can give students more, as it's called, real world experiences. I think that would be the key thing there. And yeah, and I think if we can, through that as well, change the mindset about education, I think that'd be powerful.
Thank you for your response.
So for me, I'm an entrepreneur, so I hope that entrepreneurship, ideas, growth mindset, it can be empowered by schools, also empowered by students, so they can have choice and have freedom to choose whatever they learn or whatever the path that it comes along in their way.
Thank you, Ms. Lam. Dr. Jean, please.
And for me, it would be, don't be shy, so reach out. So this morning I was preparing for a lunch event to happen in mid-October. So Ocean Free AC is only 3 years old. And then I was preparing my list of invitees and just realized that in this network 3 years ago, so now we built from 0 to more than 100 people. So when I reach out to people, they're usually very kind and they reply to me, sure, I'm very, very happy to collaborate. So we will be joining hands, so don't be shy. Ask people, if they're too busy now, go to them later, but don't be shy. Ask and ask again.
Thank you for your response, Dr. Zhong. Thank you for being a part of our discussion today on Scaling Student Agency, Asia's best-in-class case studies. We highly encourage you all to take a deeper dive as both educators and students on how you can truly shape a new method of thought and action leadership to drive student agency in the post-pandemic world. Only together we can build back stronger, greener, and broader. Thank you. Back to our host.
Thank you. First, a big round of applause for Tanya. Palawich, do you have any closing words as well on your side?
Oh, me? I think this has been a great experience. I would like to thank you for making me here and making me a moderator. It's been really cool listening to all three of you. So thank you.
Well done. Thank you. And how about Palawich? Do you have anything to add?
Thank you for having me. The most crucial part of it is to ensure education and the key principle of leaving no one behind is kept in focus through the inclusive and equitable principles continued into lifelong learning opportunity. That is no other part of goals which is going beyond basic education. So learning working towards SDG 4 is basically a crucial part that ensures education and other goals as well. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Well, once again, panel 2, thank you so much. Now we have a transition break with a very great financial inclusion showcase from our host of today's event, from Howden Group. And for this particular financial inclusion showcase, we would love to welcome Mr. Andy Tam to now join us using your particular Zoom invite link. And when you're ready, please take it away.
Hi, thank you, Kenneth, for the intro. I hope everybody's enjoying themselves and really enjoy their actual location as well. for the seminar. What I'll do here now is just to put up my PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. Okay. So basically, Howden is an insurance program. So we do insurance. Okay. So what does that got to do with sustainability? So what I have 5 minutes to explain a little bit about internally what we do inside the company, and also how we help companies and also projects to run a sustainable business. Okay. To start with, basically, we're a UK company, and we've actually created a Howden Foundation, okay, for charitable work and sustainability work worldwide. Okay. Basically, our ethos is not to actually just give money. Okay, giving money is fine, but what we do is we partner with sustainability companies and other foundations and charities, so that we work together to actually, naturally, there's I think it's 17 SDGs. So if you look at the bottom two, advanced education and environmental sustainability. So I think these two actually deals more with what we're doing today and within the next 10 weeks in your program as well. Just to show in terms of Howden as a group, we don't just give money. Okay, we've actually the foundation has actually become a shareholder of the company. So when the company grows, the actual foundations, the funds, etc., grows with the company. Okay. And just to show you a little bit about our partnerships, as I mentioned before. These are the targets that we're striving to achieve, so net zero carbon targets. We're working externally with Tanzania and the rainforest over there to as a partnership on the carbon and net zero targets. We're working with 7 seas, 7 clean seas, and what they do is actually basically spend all their lives taking plastics out of oceans. Okay, so we're working in partnerships with that foundation, and also Dee and I will work with we actually sponsor diversity and inclusion events, and in fact internally our sustainability, our charity and inclusion is not driven by the executives. Okay, it's not driven by the management, it's actually driven by the staff, the employees. So we have an employee committee which actually comes up with all the actual ideas for our sustainability, our charity work. So it's not driven by the executive committee. Now, just to show you externally the type of things that we're doing. Okay, so naturally, in terms of disasters, okay, when a volcano erupts, okay, currently at the moment it's very difficult actually to get funds out to the people that are in need for the medical, for the food, shelter, etc. So we've actually partnered with the Red Cross, Danish Red Cross, to facilitate what we call a catastrophe bond, okay, where if a volcano erupts, okay, we have a parametric measurement of the plume of the smoke. When it gets to a certain height, okay, funds are released straight away directly for the people that are in needs, the towns, the villages around the volcano, so that they receive the funding so that they can buy food, shelter, and medicine, etc., straight away. Not 2 weeks, a month later, straight away, as quick as possible. I'm not sure if you've heard a lot of companies now, especially, a lot of, I would say countries now are looking at companies that are actually producing too much carbon, okay? And they're saying, look, you know, that's not sustainable, okay? So what we require from you is to be a carbon neutral company, okay? So a lot of companies cannot, you know, they're basically producing too much carbon, so they have to buy what we call carbon offset credits from other sustainable companies, okay? So California has a law that says, right, as a company, at the end of the year, you have to show that you are carbon neutral. So companies will buy what we call carbon offset credits. Now, some companies are not as, you know, they make claims that they are environmentally sustainable, but regulators may actually say, look, the credits that you're producing won't actually be sustainable. So basically they'll be invalidated, right? So we would insure against that any of those invalidations. Okay? And a third project that we're doing is naturally a lot of fossil fuel companies, they're not sustainable, okay? So what we do is we help them transition into a more, in terms of a more renewable, sustainable business. So naturally, there's a lot of challenges in terms of financial projects. So we actually help them with the transitions, and we place a lot of insurance so that they don't enact financial loss. Okay. So these are the type of things that we're doing. We're not boring old insurance. We actually drive a lot of sustainability and green initiatives and projects, so that and we help finance those projects. So that's a little bit about what we're doing. Naturally, you guys, girls, your youth are basically our future. So you're our future leaders. So you have a very, very important role to actually play in the future, and in the future in terms of sustainability and the SDGs. Not only with dialogue and committee and meetings, but actually build strategies around what you need to do and basically act upon it. I think for my message is, please, when you're talking about the sustainability, and please, when you think about and strategize, make sure you act, okay? It's very easy to have dialogue. Action is what we need. I was at a meeting, kind of seminar yesterday or Thursday, and we had Carrie Lam and the government, they were making the presentations. But my takeaway is it's too much talk and not enough action. So this is where you guys come in, because you're the future leaders. You're the future business leaders. You're future government leaders. So my message is, please act. Okay? Thanks, Kenneth.
Thank you, Mr. Andy Lam. Right, fantastic. So what's next? Wow, our final panel. It's coming up. And please, can the UNITAR team set up our upcoming panel? That would be fantastic. And the topic is defining youth ambassadorship and next generation global citizens. We have a fantastic speaker showcase. But again, self-explanatory. I will allow Ms. Anika Chu, who is the chosen youth moderator, to introduce everyone and essentially talk about why is it so important for youth to be ambassadors? Just as Andy said, where's the action? Anika, over to you.
Hi, can everyone hear me clearly? Can I have a thumbs up, please? Okay, great, thank you.
So global citizenship is the umbrella term for social, political, environmental, and economic actions of globally minded individuals and communities on a worldwide scale. To create a community that is kind like humankind should be, we must work to empower learners of all ages to understand that many of our environmental, social, and governance issues are global, not local issues. They need to become active promoters of more peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, secure, and sustainable societies, and advance the values, attitudes, and behaviors that support responsible global citizenship, which encompasses creativity, innovation, commitment to peace, human rights, and sustainable development. Before we dive deeper into today's discussion, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Annika Chu, and I consider myself a global citizen. I'm the founding president of a sustainability club at Hong Kong International School, and I am extremely thrilled to have had this opportunity to moderate today's event, as I'm immensely passionate about a better world and take this upon myself to further the agenda. During this panel titled, Defining Youth Ambassadorship, Building Next Generation Citizens, we will be discussing how youth should be encouraged to think critically and to respond proactively to global sustainability and equality, so they may truly represent the youth voice on a global stage. In order to ensure a multi-perspective approach, we've invited 3 fantastic panelists, each leaders in their area of work, to join us today and to share with us the importance of empowering youth ambassadorship towards global citizenship. First, we have Mr. Eugene Ho, the head of corporate social responsibility, East Asia Pacific, overseeing SAP's CSR efforts across 18 markets in the Asia Pacific region. Mr. Ho is also the head of corporate affairs and a member of the senior executive team for SAP's Southeast Asia. Next, we have Mr. David Choa, head of Greater China Equities at BPN Paribas Asset Management. Thirdly, we have Mr. Ezra Yigo, the leader of global networks from UN SDSN Youth. Mr. Yigo also leads the SDG Student Hub at Strathmore University and has developed and managed a high-level strategy for the hub to guide its work, bringing together key milestones to galvanize actions by Hub's members in order to achieve coordinated outputs and scale up SDG actions. We also have Ms. Lam.
Miss Jean Chan.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Jean Chan. Thank you for joining us. Let us begin by welcoming Ms. Fitriya Iskandar, an environment youth activist working since 2015 on climate change and marine debris issues, as well as a medical student from Tanjore University to give an SDG forward.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Anika Chu, for the warm welcome, and good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from sunny Indonesia. I'm Fitriya from Indonesia, currently working as a medical student while engaging in activism through founding and leading the Asia Pacific Climate Project, as well as being the coordinator of communication division in Sinjil, Indonesia. It is an honor for me to be here, deliver this forward speech in front of such amazing and accomplished panelists as yourselves. And yeah, talking about how we can empower the youth to become a global citizens, I believe it should be started on a local level. As a youth who already been engaged in environmental activism for more than 5 years, it has all started from the grassroots levels. We cannot deny that the young people are the key to our successful futures, as we will need to empower their value in building the society through their passion. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals have already been an umbrella scope for the youth to building the world to become global citizen. Because through what we find in our current environment, it is basically being a global issue, and it is only matter of what of the scope of work that youth decide to do. For example, me here taking action and more work in SDGs 13 and 14, I realized that the climate issue and marine debris issue does not only apply to Indonesia, as the one of the rainforest provider and the archipelago country, but it is also a global matter from which each country can contribute to the total atmospheric emission, which is this emission that definitely can and will affect every human that live on the earth. And for the youth itself, how can they be ambassador in their areas of specialty? The basic way that is really helpful is to gather support either from the downstream level, which is like a communities, non-government organizations, and then activist colleagues, or the upstream level, it is a national or regional government, to provide them a space to be heard, to be involved in the policy making, and to work together intersectionally. In addition, there is a need for youth to implement influencing strategies, to include other youths to be involved in the same efforts. This is because we need more youths to work together to become positive promoters on the global scale. Thus, I believe the youth nowadays are already taking the best stepping stones to establish the basis of social interactions in global citizenship principles by being brave through involvement in international forum, being brave to talk and make a global move, be involved in policy-making forums, and much more. This is already a great step to be developed more and more, creating an inclusive environment for all youths who have the willingness to become a global citizen by supporting, encouraging, and giving them space. That will be all from me. For the rest of the discussion, I believe that our esteemed panelists will deliver a very insightful, clear, and educational through details through their experience. Thank you once again, and allow me to give back to the floor to Ms. Anika. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Kandar. Now, to facilitate today's discussion, we will begin with guiding questions for each of our guest panelists. We ask that our guest speakers respond to the questions one by one with quick 1 to 2 minute responses. Firstly, as the world recovers from the pandemic, how can we support youth, particularly those still in secondary school, adapt to the demands of a new future of education, employment, and entrepreneurship? Ms. Jean Chan, would you like to start first?
Sure. I think very important for secondary school students, and also more and more so in the world, is really critical thinking. It's something that's very important. It doesn't have to be subject specific, etc. It's just really critical thinking. It's always teaching students how to look for new ways to do things, how to look at linkages across different issues, and also how to help and or do things differently. Always have that critical mindset in place. So it doesn't have to be something big. It can start small. So if you think about something on sustainability, such as, secondary students, mooncake, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up. One of the things that I recall when I was myself in secondary schools is there's so much waste coming from the packaging and the boxes. What can you do about it? So I'm actually quite proud that, part of the initiative is now that recycling and collecting lycees during Chinese New Year, as well as mooncake, is something that the newer generation is doing at the moment. But when I was in secondary school, it wasn't the case, but it takes different people actually alerting the government, alerting different NGOs and etc. to actually make these initiatives happen. So it's really starting small, thinking about things around you, and just have the critical thinking, looking at ways of doing things differently.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mr. Yigo, do you have any advice on that too?
Yeah, I think just on a more broader aspect, I think one of the greatest things that we can do to ensure that our young people in secondary schools are able to adapt to these new changes, I think we first need to connect every school and learners to the internet. We really need to scale up online and remote learning. There's so many young people across the world who've actually been left out. They're behind in the academics and really they're not at par. So the pandemic has really shown that divide between the haves and the have-nots. So we really need to scale up the access to online and remote learning so that these young people are able to, we ensure that they have this access to education, that they'll be able to have access to these opportunities that will promote entrepreneurship and employment. And finally, we really need to encourage entrepreneurship among these young people. So bringing these concepts from the start, the moment they get into high school, most of our academic curriculums really do not talk about such things of entrepreneurship. We get to learn about them when you're in campus, and it might be too late. So it's really important that we encourage these entrepreneurship skills and opportunities at an early stage. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mr. Ho, would you like to share your thoughts on that too?
Right, I think this is really a hot topic, and I have got 3 cool suggestions to it, namely ICE, Inspire, Connect, and Expose. To inspire our youth to new inventions through innovation workshops and contests, to connect our youth to internship opportunities or even shadow opportunities with organizations, and last but not least, to expose our youth to their future workplace through industry visits. Back over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Lastly, Mr. Showa, would you like to input on this topic as well?
Certainly. Can everyone hear me? Just to make sure. Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me here today. I think in the post-pandemic world, obviously a lot of things have changed, right? For example, now we are holding this meeting in Zoom, so digitalization definitely has been accelerating. So I think for the next generation youth, for them to really contribute, they need to learn how to be flexible, to be agile, to work in different situations, number one. And number two is actually this day, I think the society have emphasized technical skills, but actually I don't think technical skill is something that's something lagging. But what is lagging is actually creativity and organization, because no matter how fast you compute a math question problem, you can't be faster than computer. But what computers cannot do is actually creativity and bring people together. So you need to learn how to be creative in problem solving. You need to learn how to organize things, bring different people together. And lastly, I would say after the pandemic, actually, we have seen a lot of issues around the world, and there's a lot of agreement among different people. So actually, one thing I think is increasingly important is actually compassion and listening to others and try to hear from other people's perspective to solve a problem. Solving a problem is important, but also listen to what people say about from their perspective and how to solve a problem more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Many experts advise that to make our world more sustainable, we must follow the triple bottom line approach of people, planet, and profit. How can we best amplify this philosophy in and out of schools? Mr. Ho, as the appointed co-chair of the Sustainability Advocacy Group at the EU and ASEAN Business Council, would you like to share your thoughts first?
Sure, and maybe I'll give one example. I have had this opportunity actually to visit Thailand several years ago, and over in Thailand, they are actually practicing a philosophy called the sufficiency economy philosophy, which is very much ingrained in the country's culture as well as pretty much their religion. And this was a philosophy that was conceived and developed by His Majesty, the late King Bhumibol Adulyadej of Thailand. And in there, basically, what I realized was that the schools were actually adopting this philosophy, wherein they are training their junior school students as well as secondary school students on this philosophy and on sustainability, and really making it action-based in a sense that they all learn about farming, agriculture, they all learn about creating products and then also selling them, the crafts, if you will. So I think that they have kind of embraced it big time, if you will, in school. And I think this is something that we all could learn from.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Choa, since 2010, BNP has made social impact bonds on a global scale. They're committed to impacting investment and providing innovative social enterprises the financial means to do so. How do you see young people and businesses working together to promote people, planet, and profit?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Actually, I will use my profession as an example because in the past, right, people always say social agenda and business is incompatible. You can have one, but you cannot have either. I would say actually that is not true and it's truly changing. So in my world of asset management, what we do is to create wealth. So someone give me, say, a cow, I try to turn one cow into 10 cows, right? But for my firm, it's fully integrated with ESG. What it means, like in the process of creating wealth, turning one cow to 10 cows, I will try to allocate the resources to the farmers who can have approach that's more environmental friendly. For example, maybe they're using more solar panels to reduce the carbon emission. Then I will give more opportunities to these kind of farmers to help me to turn one cow into 10 cows. So in the process, not only I create wealth, but maybe not only I create 10 cows, but because some of these new companies, new technology, they are really disruptive in helping the world. Actually, there are lots of opportunities. So instead of turning it into 10 cows, actually I can turn it into 13 or 20 cows. So not only the people who give me the cow will be beneficial, obviously I generate better results by producing more cows, and also the farmers who help me in the process, right? They also can actually have more business that way. So actually everyone wins in the process. So I think for the next generation of the young ambassadors, I think it's important to believe that actually this is compatible approach between business and social agenda, number one. But secondly, even more important is to start something. And nothing is too small, because if we think about all the great achievement, actually all the great achievement is not because of one magic bullet. Actually, is the result of many steps over a long period of time. So actually every step counts, and every step will lead to the next step that will lead to a bigger things. I think that's the most important thing that we need to remember. Thank you.
I agree with that as well. Ms. Chan, would you like to input?
Sure. I think, striking a balance between, like you say, the three, sometimes people think is competing goals. I think it requires kind of, what David was saying, the empathy mindset of, not just doing, but also thinking about the different stakeholders. I think stakeholders management and really thinking in the shoes of different stakeholders before you act as a business is very important. Always try to create win-win solutions instead of win-lose, because sometimes, one business win, some other stakeholders lose. But, if you really think through, especially with the proliferation of technology and such, it's actually making it easier to find win-win solutions. Always focusing on impact on others, playing devil's advocate, actually being more open-minded, or even working with your team and really play devil's advocate to think about the pros and cons before acting is very important. And, let me share with you an example. For example, I don't know if you've, virtual reality now is, gaining popularity, especially, with gaming and such. I came across a lens company that actually started off researching for virtual reality, the lens, to make it much more compatible with the smaller devices, make it more realistic, etc. But one thing that the developers found is you can actually use those lenses. Is actually two lenses that overlay on each other to have prescription that people in rural areas can actually just self-adjust, is the two lenses that overlap, and they can have glasses even without the doctor, the ophthalmologist there. So that's something I actually mentored an HKIS student to actually help two visually impaired schools in Vietnam that otherwise would not have access to corrective lenses to actually let them see properly so they can do better in education. And that is the benefit of a glass company that's doing research for virtual reality, finding that, hey, there could be other uses for it, and then finding a winning solution to help, underprivileged children in Vietnam that otherwise couldn't have access to prescription glasses, and then they're lagging behind at school and in their daily life, so improve on the daily life. So I think definitely there are ways to find win-win solutions in business and also in philanthropy.
Yeah, thank you. That was very inspiring. Mr. Yigo, would you like to share your thoughts on that too?
Yeah, and I think I'd just like to build on what Ms. Chan has really talked about, the aspect of stakeholder engagement and management. One of the key pillars of sustainability is partnerships, of course. And I think that's one way to really ensure that this philosophy of triple bottom line approach is actually implemented. How can the private sector, the government, civil society, academia, who are actually really not 100% involved in really these conversations, and that's why the SDSN is present. So I think all these stakeholders coming together to talk about all these things and how having a multi-stakeholder approach in ensuring that these things are implemented in and out of schools. Most of the time you'll find that this concept is actually talked about more in tertiary education, and it's something that can actually be brought in secondary schools. One of the things that we're doing at UNSDSN is we've started an SDG literacy project, and we're basically trying to bring SDGs closer to young people in secondary schools and those in universities. And we are actually taking a more holistic approach, really bringing about the 5 Ps and how all these different stakeholders actually play a key role in ensuring that the SDGs and the Agenda 2030 is achieved. Yeah.
Thank you. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, play an important framework for helping youth find their prospective North Stars when it comes to global citizenship. Do you have a great story to share on how you support our next generation of leaders to find theirs? Mr. Yigo, as a young leader with 4 years of demonstrated experience working in advocacy, capacity building, and resource mobilization, would you like to share your experiences first? You're still muted. Mr. Yigo.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying I've had the opportunity to work with UNSDSN for about the past 3 years, and before that I was with UNICEF. And I think more specifically at UNSDSN, what we've really been able to do is to really bring about the aspect of innovation. And we do have 2 key projects. One is the Local Pathways Fellowship, and we're basically trying to engage the upcoming young urban leaders. How can they play a key role in ensuring that we have responsible consumption and production, that they are trying to contribute towards ending climate change in their respective cities where they live, and just basically SDG 11 is at the heart of that project. And secondly, the second key program that we actually run is the Youth Solutions Program. We basically feature 50 game-changing solutions from across the world that are contributing towards sustainability on the aspect of people, planet, prosperity, and partnerships. And they go through a 16-week incubator period, and we provide funding for them to actually start off. And then finally, of course, as you might know, that UNSDSN was established to basically engage academia on the aspect of sustainability. And we are deeply rooted and entrenched in universities. And we're basically working together with faculty and students, basically for these young people to actually get to have a much better understanding of sustainability, and for them to go out there and basically implement the SDGs, and for the faculty, because they have done all this research, how can we move to the aspect where all this research they've done moves to the point of scientific and technological solutions for the SDGs, and of course even the vision of SDSN Youth, which is basically to connect and collaborate and bring young people closer to the SDGs and provide them with opportunities to pioneer innovative solutions. So that's basically what we do, and thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chan, from your story just now, it can be seen that you have mentored a lot of the youth. Do you have any experiences you'd like to share?
Yeah, I think a lot of times for youth, a lot of the youth would love to help, but I think one of the biggest thing we can help youth is really helping them identify or understanding the issues around. because once they identify issues around, they can pick and choose kind of what really resonate or they are passionate about, be it, such as, helping children see, because, the person I worked with actually can't see. I mean, his prescription is really bad as mine. So for us, it's like, oh, wow, we empathize with people who actually don't have prescription lenses because, it will really impact your daily life. For other things, such as with COVID, I mean, COVID is a global phenomenon. So how do you coach youth to think not just what's hitting you at home, but what's hitting on a global scale? So really helping youth identify linkages across different issues and also showing them their different issues and how they link. And then they can start thinking, even in their daily life, they can kind of look at things with a different mindset that they can see, oh, I can start small. I see linkages. So for example, during COVID, there are lots of different things, I've coached youth to do both in Hong Kong, for example, in Sham Shui Po, in the subdivided flats, a lot of the children, it's not even about going to Zoom. It's not even about, is the school going to be open or not? It's really about, if Zoom is going to be the norm, I have no Wi-Fi connectivity at home, I have no laptop, I have nothing. So basically, even the school offers Zoom, there's nothing. So you have to think of ways, even if you find a laptop supply to give you a laptop, they don't have Wi-Fi connectivity. So you have to find a Wi-Fi 8 to give them a 1 year's worth of subscription. I mean, thinking through how you help and what is really tangible also is useful, because a lot of times, a lot of people think through solutions that may work for one type of beneficiaries, but not for the other. So really be more practical and thinking through how you want to help and where you want to help.
Yeah. Mr. Choa, as a professional in the business area, do you have any advice or experiences you would like to give?
Yeah, sure. I would say actually opportunities is everywhere and inspirational stories is everywhere. And even though some of these issues that we talk about, like inclusion, poverty, and climate change are big global topics, but actually we can always start something small and start from something near you, right? So in my profession, like I do investment, but in the same time, I have a fondness of technology. So several years ago, I was a judge in one of the MIT Inclusive Innovation Challenge, in which different teams from around the world, they will submit applications to a business case that they think they can help the world to become better. So I can use my knowledge in both investment and my knowledge about technology and help to select the best project and try to guide them, right? So I think this is an example that I use, that actually we don't have to always do something really big. Actually, everything starts from something around you. And then another example I will give is like actually when I did my graduate studies, I did in Philadelphia. I remember in the winter it's extremely freezing, like it's like 0 or sub-0 degrees. But every time I passed through an intersection, I saw a policeman, a traffic controller. Basically, it's like in a freezing condition, he is directing traffic, but not only he do it like with dance, with smiles, give everyone a hello on the way. I mean, to me, actually, it's inspirational because it's a fairness job, but then he actually do it at his best and he try to enjoy it. So to me, what is also important is actually passionate about something you like and you want to do, because all the big issues we talk about today, they are low measure bullets and they are long-term issues that need long-term effort, which means we need a lot of determination, we need a lot of passion. And as such, we can carry on the fight for not only for one project, but then actually over many things that we do, and hopefully we can improve it one at a time, no matter how small the step is, but we can do it better.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ho, I know that you are also the founder of the ASEAN Data Science Explorers program. Can you tell us more, and do you have any specific experiences in mind?
Yeah, actually, the program that I would share would be a program that our SAP Australia founded 12 years ago. It's called the Young ICT Explorer Program, which encourages primary and high school students between years 3 to 12 in ANZ to solve real-world problems and to showcase their passion for technology, right? And that program helps develop the region's next generation of technology leaders. Since its inception, over 8,000 students from 850 schools across ANZ has participated in the competition. Fascinated by technology throughout his school years, Blake Garrett in Australia had been working on a solution to automate paper-based front office processes that he first saw at Chatsworth High School. With his teachers' encouragement, he entered the competition and went on to win at the national level. Blake Garrett today is the CEO of School Bytes, and they are in the business of providing cloud solution to more than 440 educational institutions in Australia. Today, he is a sponsor himself of the Young ICT Explorer, creating a very virtuous cycle. I think this is an excellent example of a young man, young boy, if you will, who innovated, went through an innovation program and went on to become a business as well as technology leader. And being successful, he then contributed back because he himself has actually benefited from the program. So I think I'll leave you with that. Our youths are indeed the future.
Yeah, that's a really impressive story. Well, thank you for being part of our discussion today on defining youth ambassadorship, building next generation citizens. Based on the knowledge transfer today, we highly encourage you all to make good on your individual action items and perform a small deed to support the SDGs. That can range from supporting small and sustainable businesses for the economy to doing a beach cleanup for the environment, or donating supplies to a local women's shelter for gender equity. Together, let us form partnerships to advance youth ambassadorship towards the UN's Agenda 2030. Thank you. Back to the host.
Well, big round of applause for Anika. Right, fantastic moderation. So thanks again, Ms. Jean Chen from Asian Charity Services, Mr. Eugene Ho, SAP, such inspiration. Mr. David Chua from BNP Paribas Asset Management. Ezra, by the way, dialed in from Nairobi. Okay, just to put it out there, how global this panel is. And of course, Ms. Fitria as well. Actually, Fitria, do you have any last words for us, given the work you do as a youth advocate for climate action?
Yeah, I think the panelists already explained it very, very details and all of the work that we need to do. Like, yeah, for me as the youth, try to encourage more youth to join the movements. And yeah, there must be some barriers, like a technology barriers, like Ms. Jen mentioned earlier, but it shouldn't be a matter as long as me, not only me, but also we as the global citizens try to encourage youth more work. And I believe that we can create better work by just supporting and encouraging them and giving them space. Thank you, Mr. Kenneth.
Thank you, of course. Again, thank you so much. And we look forward to welcoming each of our speakers today to support our Youth Ambassadorship program starting next week for a series of 10 weeks. So do not be surprised if I start knocking virtually on your doors for some additional support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next up, we have our youth panel. It cannot be a UNITAR youth event without a full-blown international youth panel. And I understand that, and this is where I feel very privileged, because we have members joining us from US and Canada, and I don't need to tell you what time it is over there. So I can't, again, say thank you enough for all of you for joining this amazing youth panel event. As we wait for the team to set up in Hong Kong, I will now introduce the youth panel. We have Mr. John Zhang representing Hong Kong SAR. We have Mr. Daniel Wu representing China. Ms. Hanako Sakanui, I hope I did not botch your last name, from Japan. Ms. Ria Mehta from Canada. Hey, Ria, nice seeing you again. We have also Ms. Stella Ren and Mr. Matthew Ho from the USA. Stella, I first met when she was still in Shanghai, and time flies. She's now back in the US for school. And last but not least, we have Ms. Josette Chung, who will give us an amazing foreword. So just to confirm, Matthew, are you ready to go?
Absolutely. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, all right. Off to you, mister.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. I am Matthew O. I am a Singaporean student living abroad in the United States. And it is my absolute honor to be able to moderate today's panel on accelerating grassroots innovation to advance the UN SDGs with with my amazing peers today. We are youth leaders from all over the world with varying degrees of experiences, but we all have a combined mission to work for the SDGs. And we are all very excited to share those experiences with you today. So to get this started, I'd like to invite our Teen Voice representative, Ms. Josette Chung, to go ahead and give her foreword.
Have you ever wondered what is wrong with our world? This is a question that has lingered in my head since I was in primary school. I am Josette Chung, a 12-year-old advocate for climate action, ending poverty, and good health and well-being for a more sustainable world. As the youngest member of the Youth Advisory Council, for today's UNITAR event, I've been involved in numerous projects relating to the various issues which fall under the 17 goals of SDGs. I want to make the world a better place to live in, particularly in the areas of climate change, ending poverty, as well as promoting the physical and mental well-being of young people. My aims are to promote the quality of life and to afford the world with a sustainable future. The theme of today's youth panel is accelerating grassroots innovation to advance the SDGs. We shall discuss how to build consensus and take collective action to empower individuals who are knowledge-rich, economically poor, and to develop viable means of income to address social needs and conserve the environment. While we are lucky enough to have a roof above our heads, clean water to drink, and an education that is nothing more than a norm to us, not everyone around the world is privileged enough to stay the same. According to UNICEF, more than 617 million children and adolescents are not in school. Let's start with inclusion in education. Next, climate change. It isn't just a looming crisis. It's a destructive force affecting millions of lives right now. And people living in poverty are often forced to live in makeshift homes on land prone to natural disasters. And when disasters strike, poor diet, sanitation, and a lack of health care can mean that diseases spread rapidly. Personally, I started to take action to fix some of these issues 2 years ago, when I spoke at the Hong Kong Institute of Qualified Environmental Professionals annual dinner and shared my idea about burning trash in space to eliminate carbon emission on Earth. I now realize that the idea does not work, but my commitment to pursuing important SDGs to save our planet has never wavered. I am still young, and the incineration idea of burning waste is only my first prototype. I learned from my mistakes, and so should everyone. We can also learn from the experience of people who have succeeded in their endeavors, such as the panel speakers today. And it is the ability to learn from our past experiences and history that truly makes humanity successful. Hence, I encourage all young people who are here today or online to actively participate in the discussion. And I call upon our schools, our communities, and our governments to listen to and engage more young people in the global efforts to overcome major challenges, enhance the quality of life, and provide a sustainable future for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Josette, for those inspiring forewords. So we'd like to get this show on the road. Thank you so much, Ms. Josette, once again for that foreword. We're now able to dig in deep into our topic of accelerating grassroots innovation. And we'd like to get that started by just inviting our members of our panel today to just go around the room and share their views on today's topic. So to begin, let's have John Zhang from Hong Kong Hong Kong SAR to go ahead first.
Yeah, thanks so much for that, Matthew, and good job, Josette. So my name is John Zhang, and I'd like to first put the problem into perspective. Over the summer, I was interning at a local NGO, Branches of Hope, which we normally do that to serve refugees in Hong Kong. And I've been a very big proponent for serving refugee issues and rights in the past year. If you really understand the refugee issue in Hong Kong, you know a lot of this stems from law. In Hong Kong's screening process, there's a 1% chance to gain refugee status. In the meantime, law forbids them from working, gaining education without a permit, and they live on $3,000, whereas the average living cost is around $8,000. So I asked my supervisor in one of these meetings, why don't we just start a petition, gather as many people as possible, and just force the government to change the law? He asked me, would gathering more people really be the solution? When leaders of NGOs have been pleading government to do the same in these past few years, when officials running for office often use refugee criminals as scapegoats to better their position. So in my work to reduce inequalities, I've come to realize since then the importance of addressing stigma in our community and changing perception when we fight for local issues in Hong Kong. Because of history, Hong Kong sees refugees as people here for economic reasons, take their resources, and it takes humanizing them in a different demographic to change that. On the path for fighting for policy change, changing perception starts as the first step. To do this, I base my service around 3 pillars. The first is exactly this, perception change. I'm currently filming a documentary with my team highlighting the views of 2 refugees and spreading it around our local community through NGOs to humanize them. Show their struggle in our local community, but also how they overcome these challenges to find peace. There's so much value towards arts also as a medium for change. As leader of our arts service group, Second Strings, we're in the process of organizing an arts concert and auction to showcase local refugee performers. They're talents that can fit in right next to our community and more than just facts and figures. The second and third pillars I base my service around are fundraising and direct service. Advocacy is a gradual battle, but we have to recognize that in the meantime, we simply just need to do what we can to support refugees. At Second Strings, we provide performing arts training and sports camps to around 40 refugee children, hoping to enhance their soft skills, creativity, and teamwork. In our previous fundraisers and a recent collaboration project called the Angel Oak Initiative, our groups have raised over $26,000 to fund refugees' dental care, surgery, and provision for necessities. As students, we have so much more capability than we can imagine. In our recent push for refugees' dental care rights is because of our own Angel Oak Initiative that local NGOs, Justice Center, and Hope Worldwide were able to actually link together and create a dental care referral system, which we're currently helping fund through our student collaboration. So in my call for action, more of this needs to happen. We can't fight for causes individually, but work towards a common goal of unity through student groups and local NGOs. This is exactly what I envisioned with the Angel Oak Initiative, to work together with student groups and fight for the humanization of refugees together. I'm hoping to link this with official NGOs around Hong Kong, seeing how our student collective can provide supports. We're a long way from that eventual goal of policy change, but I truly believe unity is the correct first step. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. John. That message, definitely very relevant to SDG 16. It just shows incredible community organizing, and it's a brilliant example of how youth are leading the charge. Next up, I'd like to welcome Daniel Wu from China to go ahead and present his views.
Hello there. First of all, I'd like to say that it's an honor to be talking as a member of this youth panel, and I'm very excited to share my views. So on my bio, I talked a lot about how rural communities are being left behind in terms of education and infrastructure. And being a citizen of China, I've lived here for almost all my life, and I've had a relatively sheltered life, and I've experienced a lot of privilege. But I'm very grateful for the opportunities that my school has lent to me. And every single year we do service trips and we go into rural areas of China. One year, a group of students went to rural Yunnan in an area called Shuangjiang. And there they found a village that was very secluded. The closest town was about an hour to 2 hours drive away. The nearest clinic was the same distance, and this community was very secluded. They had minorities there, and an issue that they faced was that the tea they produced in Yunnan was very high quality, but a lot of exporters understood this, so they pressured the farmers to sell their tea at a very low price point, and the result was that a lot of their children couldn't afford education. Even though education in China is supposed to be free, a lot of fees, a lot of fines, really stack up. And keep in mind that these farmers make only about 3,000 RMB per month, or sorry, per year. That's not enough to sustain their families, their extended families as well. And so this is the origin point of my company that I run called Xiaowusai. We're named after the village that we support. And every single year we go out to the village, we interview the villagers, we talk to them about their needs. And another issue that commonly comes up is their infrastructure. In Yunnan, the monsoon season is very, very rough for them. And every single year, their main roads and small roads receive a lot of rainfall, and because it's mostly mud, the government hasn't been back there in many, many years to reconstruct the road. So every year the road recedes further and further into the mountain, which makes it very precarious to travel, and roads that are built on these roads, houses that are built on these roads are very in danger of collapsing. So my company focuses a lot on donating money to help these villages with their infrastructure, rebuild these roads, reconstruct the pillars that hold up the houses, and all the profits that we make goes towards not only these projects, but also towards the scholarships that we provide for the children in the village.
Truly inspirational stuff. Thank you so much. Once again, we can see that's what SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 4, quality education, just checking all the boxes, and still youth getting it done at the end of the day. All right, next up, let's welcome Hanako Sakanue, representing Japan. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hanako Sakanue from Hiroshima, Japan. It is an honor to be here, and I'm so excited to speak today. So I feel like Japan requires a rather different approach when it comes to solving social issues, partly because of the overwhelming number of elderly people. We as a community tend to be relatively wary of the new. We often prefer to cherish older values. Although this is a beautiful thing in itself, I also feel that it contributes to a lack of knowledge and acceptance regarding new concepts. Therefore, instead of continuing to think of new solutions to social issues, me and my teammates at UNITAR decided to focus on maximizing the potential of sustainable solutions that have taken off abroad long ago, but have struggled to put their roots down in Japan. When I say this, I mean that there is a need to spread reliable and advocative knowledge throughout the country, especially to the senior community. Take the concept of fair trade. It is an ongoing project that has seen considerable success in countries such as the United Kingdom, where it is recognized by about 78% of the population. However, these numbers in Japan roughly amount to 38%. It's no surprise that it didn't take off here, because who would want to buy a product that is ostensibly expensive for no reason at all? However, the benefits of fair trade are just too great to be given up on. It allows virtually anybody to contribute to poverty eradication throughout a simple everyday act, and if done right, can lead to heightened awareness about the issue too. With this in mind, my teammates and I have been brainstorming about an app in Japan that would recommend fair trade products and the brands that sold them. We would thoroughly explain what fair trade is and why fair trade products are worth buying. Of course, the concept is still in its early stages. What can we do to make the app appealing to those who are not so interested in global issues? How will we reach the elderly when many of them don't depend on iPhones in the first place? I will admit that there are many obstacles to overcome, but I'm hopeful that our zealous advocacy will serve as a trigger for change, however small it may be. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for sharing. And once again, supporting local economies like the people at UNITAR Japan are doing is a great way to support environmental sustainability and support local businesses. And as Ms. Hanako said, poverty eradication. So thank you so much once again for sharing. Next up, let's welcome Ria Mehta from Canada.
Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me. It's very late at night here, actually early in the morning. But I'm super excited to be here and to talk to you guys about my perspective. I took more of a route of thinking about how partnerships can play into creating a bigger structural society and be part of creating key foundations for grassroots movements and social movements as well. So for me personally, at the age of 16, I became a researcher at a hospital called the Hospital for Sick Children. And working with kids, I realized really how vital and important it is to have different people supporting you in your journey. And I think how Hanako talked about fair trade in that same way, relying on other people for different partnerships and what they can bring to the table actually creates successful grassroots movements. For me, I started my now company, which is called Cactus. And at Cactus, what we do is basically figure out a way to convert all the carbon dioxide, the greenhouse gas emissions in the air to graphene. And there's a huge market for this. For different suppliers, we use graphene in our phones, graphene in paints, etc. And the way that we were able to do this is by partnering up with different local labs to produce the graphene, by relying on different grassroots movements and organizations to help advocate our goal, which is eradicating climate change, and also working with mentors and peers. And I think that a lot of people kind of sideline how important it is to get mentorship in your early stages of startup building. For me personally, having mentors alongside that really, really helped me, was the reason that I was able to build my own personal startup and be here talking to you guys. So I think a huge part of not only grassroots movements is partnerships, relying on other people for resources and kind of having that system as well. But also another part is having mentorship, having peers, having maybe a board of advisors that you can rely on. And I think those two things are super powerful. Obviously, they're self-explanatory, but they can do a lot in terms of guiding you and developing guiding questions of where you want to go. How do you want to expand? What are your goals for this movement? What kind of cultural movement do you want to have that's different from other grassroots movements? So those are my pieces of advice. Obviously, there was a lot mentioned that was very, very impressive here, but I just kind of wanted to add on and add my 2 cents in the discussion. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing, Ria. The whole idea of being able to combine STEM with sustainability and youth leadership is something that's so inspirational to all of us, and for students all over the world, really should be an example of how we can take knowledge learned in the classroom and combine that with real action. So thank you so much once again. Lastly, before we move on to some of our more specific guiding questions, let's welcome Stella Wren from the United States to share her viewpoint.
Thank you, Matthew, for the introduction. Apologies, I'm not as prepared. I don't have a script. Hopefully I can put my thoughts out quite eloquently. My name is Stella. I'm originally from Shanghai, China, and I go to boarding school in America. And the things that I really care for are social advocacy and advocating for like social equality. And I think that has been the central theme of a lot of the work that I've done. So I'm the head of AAA, which is also known as Asian American Advocacy at school. And I've also done a lot of research for the Gates Foundation on gender equality, as well as been volunteering in a NGO in China that aims to support rural kids from Yunnan. So similar to what Daniel, I think, was sharing earlier. I think coming from 2 different cultural backgrounds, I have a different understanding of a lot of aspects of equality, and specifically on how grassroots innovation can help accelerate that. So I think there's 2 different ways to approach this issue. First, in terms of actually generating more innovation, I think a lot of the issues that we see within the status quo in the workforce, especially, is that inequality is hindering a lot of innovation. For example, it is unfortunately way harder for the Pan-Asian community to succeed in the workplace and actually reach high executive positions, despite a lot of people being very competent, highly educated, and being in those positions. And although there are a lot of Asian entrepreneurs, a lot of them aren't actually used as role models, for example, to inspire more Asian kids to pursue these paths, or a lot of them are not actually well known within the media, which also contributes to like the silencing of the Asian community. For example, in terms of gender equality as well, a lot of women disproportionately are forced to drop out of work very, very early on because of things like childcare responsibilities, because of things like societal stigma and their discomfort within the workplace. And these are all wasted potentials for innovation that I feel like addressing the issue of social inequality can really get to. And in terms of the other aspect, I think when we talk about innovation, it's also important to talk about the applications of innovation and how that's actually going to change communities. For example, with things like automation, even though our society is progressing like exponentially, a lot of people are losing their jobs because of the heavy replacement of AI and automation for like the things that they're originally working on. And I think the point of innovation is always to make people's lives better. If that money that we generate, if that like comfort that we generate does not actually go back to the people who are most in need of help. A lot of minorities, especially in the US context, there is no need for such things like innovation. And this reminds me of how for a lot of rural kids in Yunnan, we built them a computer lab where they're able to access things like online tutoring, things like online resources for learning, and how these technologies and innovations are really an equalizer for inequality in the world. And I think it's important that we also consider that aspect of what innovation aims to achieve and how we actually make sure that the change is actualized. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Ms. Stella. Like you said, there's a lot of untapped potential in the global South. Like John, who's working on bridging the gap between refugees and the populations they're assimilating into, or the urban-rural divide with Mr. Daniel, or all the other work we're doing, especially when you mentioned gender equality. It's so key to realize that there's so much untapped potential that has yet to be realized simply because of stigma, because of the way there's systemic inequality in our world. And it's so important that we're doing all we can to get that word out and to affect every single little change we can each day. So thank you so much, and thank you to all our panelists and Youth Advisory Council members today for being able to share their efforts. So moving on, we'd like to begin with some of our more specific questions. So guiding question number 1 for today's discussion will be, what SDG action is most needed in your local community? So some of you can go, in fact, whoever feels like jumping on next up, go for it and describe, what your organization is doing, particularly for any particular SDG. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much, Matthew, for sure. I think, like a lot of people have mentioned already, reducing inequalities is really like the main focus, I think, in Hong Kong. We all know about the notorious wealth and economic gap in Hong Kong, and which offers so many facets for these local students to serve. And there's this lack of space. People living under the poverty line are forced to live like cage homes, but also we're a very big migrant community. So we have a lot of migrant workers that come over. There are hundreds of thousands of them. And of course, refugees, like I mentioned. And so within all of these kind of communities, there are these inequalities which really exist in stigma and just kind of a misconception of what they really are, which then stems out into legislative treatment, income issues, and trafficking and exploitation, where these people possibly are exploited because of language barriers or cultural barriers as they come over. And so I think that students' creativity in all these different areas are really needed, but also the practicalities of direct support and fundraising in the meantime. I think if we can combine this direct practical support with more creative ideas, such as using art, STEM, or anything as like a different medium to help these communities in the long term, this will ultimately help reduce inequalities in Hong Kong.
That is so true. Thank you so much for sharing. Would someone else want to jump on?
Yeah, sure. I think in my local community, well, what I'm doing is kind of separate to my answers. So like I said, I am working on the SDG of eradicating climate change and greenhouse gases. So that does extend to my local community as well, and kind of ensuring that businesses are eco-friendly, growing green, et cetera, and taking small actions to work towards that goal. But I think in Canada specifically, education and actually paying attention to education, fostering better education is something that specifically we need to work on. There have been cases of a lot of stuff that's been going on. Even the first week, I just started university actually. So even the first week of university, in my opinion, there's not that much cooperation and flexibility with the education just in institutions that I've seen. So I think that even on a small scale, working towards that in my local community is very, very important. Where I live, which is a very small, obviously a very small town in Canada, but it's just one of the examples of, I think, how we can work towards building a greater goal with using building blocks. So starting small and expanding to different communities and kind of creating a good role model of what we want other communities and other institutions to look like as well. So that's just something that I wanted to add.
Thank you so much for sharing. We can have a couple more people jump on before we move on to the next question. So if anyone wants to describe some of their views, please go ahead.
Kind of going back to what John was mentioning earlier regarding inequality, I think there's two different approaches to addressing social inequality. In a lot of places, there is a lot of systemic issues when it comes to racial inequality, gender inequality, etc., etc. And I think the stuff that I have been involved with more focuses on social inequality in terms of perception. For example, in terms of AAA, I think racism against the Pan-Asian community is oftentimes a very overlooked topic, especially in the American society, because we are known to be labeled as the model minority, the invisible minority that basically just puts our head down and just work very hard, pull ourselves up by the bootstraps instead of really like talking about systemic issues and talking about racism that is directed towards this community of people. And I think raising that social awareness and that social perception, advocating for things like the Stop Asian Hate movement, like actually giving recognition to the sufferings of Asian people on media that finally came around during COVID after the death of so many people, after the suffering of so many people during like the period of hate crimes that is still ongoing, I think is very important. And that's one aspect of changing social perception. Another aspect could be in terms of gender equality. When we think about China, in a lot of rural villages, a lot of young girls don't get to receive education because of the societal stigma that girls are just not worth spending money on because they have to be married away. It's a cultural concept, and thus a lot of them are forced to drop out of school in like at a very young age to work in the farms and maintain his education. And I think that's just also a prime example of how really changing that cultural perception is equally as important as changing systemic oppressions, because oftentimes we overlook the impact of that cultural perception and how much inequality it really creates on a really pervasive day-to-day basis. So I feel like a lot of my advocacy centers around like really raising awareness on the issue, but not just awareness, like trying to get people to be mobilized for change in like a democratic society, or changing the cultural perceptions in China.
Absolutely. As Asian youth, coming from all diverse backgrounds, there are still some common themes and some common difficulties that we face. And thank you for describing some of those. I'd like to ping pong this question back to Daniel, maybe in his experience, working with an organization that gives out scholarships in rural China. Is there anything you guys are in particular doing to empower female education there?
Yeah, so in fact, all the scholarships we offer are for girl students. In fact, one of our girl students finished middle school, and now she is in trade school studying economics. For the village that we support, most of our money is now going into a fund. We're waiting for more students to test into middle school and high school. This is to incentivize parents to encourage their children to pursue higher education so that they can break the poverty cycle. And I'd also like to add on to what everyone's been saying. Of course, these SDGs are incredibly important, but I feel like one that isn't highlighted enough is partnership for the goals, especially in very affluent communities in Shanghai and populated cities all around the world. There are students and leaders all across the globe that have resources. And if we work together and not just alone trying to solve these problems, just being like one person fighting for a cause, that's extremely difficult. It's very hard to create impact. But as we seek out other people who are equally passionate about these problems, we can create much more impact, so much more than we've ever dreamed of. And this is what my company does on a regular basis. We do a lot of grassroots work inside our community in Shanghai and Jingqiao, but we also reach out to other companies like Crew Knowledge, for example. They're an amazing education company that creates CSR initiatives for all sorts of companies. And they create some programs to learn about these SDGs and create impact. And the support we receive from them is tremendous. And I just wanted to have a shout out to them and all the great work they do. I really do believe that partnerships for goals isn't given the spotlight that it deserves, because it's also incredibly important.
Thank you so much for sharing. And yes, even though this question is about local communities, because we're dealing with the SDGs that are such a multinational issue, it's always good to be thinking about it from a more global framework. So thank you so much for adding that perspective. Like to just sort of round out this conversation before we move on very quickly to our next guiding question. Ms. Hanako, is there anything you'd like to add?
So I guess I kind of mainly focused on climate action, although I am aware that I just talked about poverty for 3 minutes straight. So I believe that in general, climate action is the most suited for activism within small scale communities. I feel like this is the SDG in which individual efforts are kind of reciprocated the most because each conscious action makes an unmistakable difference and is often cost-free. Not only this, but when small communities work holistically to take climate action, a synergistic effect that can only be achieved through cooperation is created. Selling and buying locally made products, normalizing environmentally friendly transportation such as buses and bicycle lanes. All of these can really help make a significant difference towards climate change and is perfectly achievable in my community too.
Thank you so much for sharing. Due to a bit of our time constraints, would like to jump over to our last guiding question very quickly, which is how can the UNITAR Youth Ambassador Program make itself more relevant to Gen Zers? So a question definitely targeted to all of us as members of this generation. So anyone who likes to jump on, would appreciate it if we can keep our responses brief and try and wrap up in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I think really to make an impact, we have to understand the mediums of communication. So of course we all rely on social media. I think there are also mediums in which students and Gen Zers can like to get involved with. So for example, arts, sports, creative writing, STEM are all abstract in themselves, but they can be honed to create this, to become mediums of change. And I think it's important for UNITAR to understand that when interacting with youth. And what better way to kind of foster this than through the youth themselves, than by asking them what different modes of communication they think are most impactful in their communities and working together with them. So I think all of this can be addressed as the Youth Ambassador Program carries forward.
Thank you so much. And yes, definitely. I believe reaching out through social media and building our youth network through those means will be a huge part of the work we do. Someone else like to jump on very quickly?
Yeah, sure, I can go next. So I think there's specifically two very quick things. First of all, this generation responds to social media, relevant social media like Instagram, TikTok, etc. And I think making UNITAR more noticeable in these kind of programs and open discussions more noticeable on there is a really great way to enhance collaboration. Personally, in the communities that I've been in, like Slack communities, LinkedIn communities, etc., sometimes even creating events where youth can kind of jump in and share their perspectives, and having an open conversation like this is super important because they can talk about anything and everything concerning their development in the SDG goals and what they feel is appropriate, but also talk about it with like-minded people. And I think the second thing is, well, actually, I just said the second thing, which is creating more social forums that are more relevant to Gen Z maybe. So having people that are relevant to Gen Z kind of in those discussions as well, so people respond better to them. And also having that engagement posted online, social media, relevant social media, etc., to make it more known to youth.
Thank you so much for sharing, Ms. Ria. Okay, so before we end out today's session, we'd like to just go for one more quick sort of rapid fire question, where if everyone can go around the room very quickly and share, because not every student, every child who is watching today's program might be able to feel that, oh, I can start an NGO or, get involved with like a high level organization or whatever it is. Let's try and think of one action item we can deliver to each of these individuals and sort of inspire them to get more involved. So starting with whoever, we'll just try and get this going as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think just understanding and really getting to know the issue that you are helping in the first place. There is no social change or effective help without first understanding legislative, social, economic, cultural issues with these communities first. And I think that's a step that everybody needs to take. Just become knowledgeable of these communities.
I would say to speak up about something that you feel passionate about, because once you start speaking up, you're driven to learn more. You're almost forced, obligated to learn more about it and to actually do something about it. You'll gain experience. But all of that starts with taking that first step of really speaking up about it and demonstrating to the world that you care.
I really do agree with Stella, like just kind of putting yourself out there and trying new things, because I think that's so important, because like a year ago, I wasn't really this interested in global issues. And even now, like I don't have a company or anything, but I'm just like, I find myself here like speaking for everybody. And it's just so exciting. And just trying new things will really help you kind of widen your perspective and interact with issues like this.
I would say be fearless and don't be afraid to fail. For all those out there that have really thought about these global issues, or those who haven't thought about it, you know, it's not just about taking the first step, but it's going past that. And, you know, if you trip, if you fall, you need to get back up. You can rest easy knowing that there are those around you who are doing the exact same thing, and you can't find success without failure first.
Mine is very simple. Literally build a LinkedIn. I know that it's very simple to say, but LinkedIn is literally the reason that I am doing any of my advocacy or political research work today. LinkedIn is an amazing resource if we're able to use it right. There are a lot of tips about being able to reach out to people, cold emailing people, reach out to people that you're interested in, make a list of people. That's what I did actually, making a list of people that you're interested in reaching out that kind of correspond to the field that you're interested in, building a startup or et cetera, and learn from them, talk to them, gain resources for them, build a relationship with them. It's very simple, but it has a very powerful, long-lasting impact.
Thank you so much, Ria. And with that, you know, once again, we'd like to thank all the members of our panel today for very practical and insightful advice. Hopefully, we've inspired countless students around the world who are now impassioned to pursue whatever idea they have, their next big grand idea for the SDGs. But once again, thank you everyone for being here today, and right back to you, Kenneth.
Oh, again, big round of applause for Mr. Matthew O for moderating. Fantastic. Again, I cannot be more proud of this youth panel. And I'll say this, you guys more entertaining than some of the adults. Ha, I said it, sue me. So again, thank you so much, and we'll see you very soon. Upcoming, it's we have a quick education innovation showcase, a very good representative, I guess, a case study of Hong Kong for advancing experience-based learning. And everyone, please get back to your seats, because after this video showcase, we were going to have our one and only SDG project youth showcase from Hong Kong, thanks to Team CIS X Ideas. So now I'm going to switch to video.
We're honored to be part of UNITAR's special day celebrating the youth in Asia Pacific. We're Bloom KKCA Academy, the first school of innovation in Hong Kong. We're a project-based learning school that aims to cultivate compassionate social innovators. And our students create products of change that make a positive impact both locally and globally.
And our students are also encouraged not to just master today's technology, but to create tomorrow's technology. And we're thrilled to be part of this event, and we're really looking forward to connecting with like-minded educators, policymakers, and change makers in reimagining education for our children's future.
My name is Renee Bowie, and I'm the founder of Bloom Academy. I'm really excited to start a new school in Hong Kong now, because in addition to all the macro forces that are ushering in this new era that calls for change in the education system, we're also located in the Greater Bay Area, which itself is poised for a lot of innovation and change. I want Bloom to be the kind of school that puts children first. I want children to feel known and cared for. We're a bilingual school of innovation, and we aim to cultivate compassionate creators and social innovators, and to do this in a new way.
Care, think, act.
And I just think it's a beautiful way to explain everything that we're doing. That care piece, it really is about the positive education, the well-being, and also that care piece makes sure that every student, every staff member, everyone that walks through our door, that their needs are met. And that think piece boils down to two things. One is the mindsets. So to have that growth mindset, to have that resilience built in, and we believe that that play and that creative mindset is what's going to lead on to those entrepreneurs as they grow up. And then there's the disciplinary thinking piece. How do I think like a mathematician? But now we're able to actually do something with it.
我们以这个传统的文化呢作为这个学校的根基，所以我们对中文的，就是各个老师对于学中文这件事情都是非常认可而且非常尊重的。那么呢，这是我们学校的一个根基。那么这个根基呢，学生驻扎在这个根基里面，我们的土壤里面，那么他们就可以往高长，他们会从这个根基里面吸取很多的养分。那么他们从这些养分里面呢，就可以慢慢长大，就好像一棵树一样，可以长成参天大树。
What we are offering is a school experience which purposefully looks forward to the future. We're also very interested in students starting their own companies, learning entrepreneurship, learning creative problem solving, working collaboratively, becoming very, very good project managers and project planners. That is our ultimate goal, to make sure that students who come to us leave the school not only confident in their abilities, but also having abilities to be confident of.
Our other learning experiences are developed to cultivate a reliable sense of self in our students. Our weekly Forest and Venture program offers unparalleled opportunities to developing our students' power of observation, navigation, collaboration, self-reliance, and self-efficacy in the great outdoors.
We use the entire natural environment of Hong Kong for our scientific experiment. Our primary kids go out on to the park visits, observe sunrise, sunset times, or pick up leaves and compare its pattern of nutrient delivery to the tree trunks and branches, and creating their own data set, and then analyzing it using the scientific engineering method.
I think one thing that makes Bloom Academy unique is that we're designed ground up by passionate educators, entrepreneurs, and engineers who want to reimagine the whole journey of learning.
I feel that Renee, her team, and myself share something in common. That is the passion, not just passion as you will just think of it, but really intense passion to want to change the way education can prepare kids for the future.
So now to our highlight of the day. We have been waiting for this moment for 3.5 hours in. And again, thank you to everyone online or in person staying with us. I'm right now watching the amazing sunset, as Renee just said, in the Victoria Harbour, thanks to Howden's beautiful venue. Now we are going to kick this off very soon. Today, we are very lucky to have a team based in Hong Kong called CIS X Ideas, and their project would be Advancing STEM X SDG Framework to Achieve Community Inclusion. So give us a second. We're going to swap over to some PowerPoint slides. I can see the team is setting up already, which is fantastic. Yeah.
Ready?
1 second.
Yeah. Your turn. Are we audible? 3 seconds. Yeah, just gonna get the thumbs up.
I will be wait, people. Almost there.
No,
I have a Sean Lai here disturbing me. I don't know why.
Danny, ask him because we have another feed
I
there.
can hear that.
If you can hear us, then he'll know.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, let's go. Hey everyone, we're CI6 Ideas, the STEM Innovation Society at CIS, aiming to achieve community inclusion through technology. I'm Justin Kim, I'm the project manager.
Hi everyone, I'm Hillary, I'm the Youth Advisory Council. Hi everyone, I'm Miriam, I'm head of documentation. Hi everyone, I'm Evelyn, I'm head of logistics. Hi everyone, I'm Helen and I'm co-lead of marketing and communications. Hi everyone, I'm Chloe and I'm a part of the Youth Advisory Council. Hi everyone, my name is Nicole and I'm part of the Youth Advisory Council as well. Hi everyone, my name is Kate. I'm also a part of the Youth Advisory Council. Hello everyone, my name is Marianne. Along with Helen, I'm leading the marketing and communications department.
Hi everyone, I'm Isaac and I co-head technology at Tech. I'm Mark and I'm part of the Youth Advisory Council. I'm Raphael and I'm also a part of the Youth Advisory Council.
Yeah, so UNITAR and everyone who's joining us over here, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak, as well as, of course, Mr. Kenneth Kwok. So yeah, we'll be going through our showcase, and just a quick reminder that we do have an international youth showcase, because we Youth Advisory Council, because this is a global showcase on how we can empower people. So yeah, without further ado, we're on.
Hi everyone, once again. Sorry, I realized I should probably be on screen.
Hi. Next slide, Kenneth, please. Yeah, so Kenneth, can you please play the video? Okay, gotcha.
Hi, I'm Petra. The inclusion of STEM in education is a priority, not
We know that mental health is a great widespread impact across the globe. We know that to fit into society is huge job requirements. The issue that should not be taken lightly is the negation of mental health in education systems. More specifically, the lack of acknowledgement that we live in a world that is ever growing and rapidly developing. Save the Children organization found that youth suicide rates aged 15 to 25-year-olds have been in upwards trends, recently peaking in 2017. They stated that a larger contribution to these rates were the high academic pressure, as well as a lack of support and no access to psychiatric services. Where teachers and role models are supposed to establish a comfortable environment at school to ensure all students are comfortable in content, this is never the case. To resolve such issues, it is vital that staff, parents, and students are well educated on handling mental health, and we must create an education system that is both empowering and focused on students' development. We need to make a difference now, ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. Thank you.
From my perspective, I'm having personal experience both local and international education. I've noticed quite a huge discrepancy between the two in terms of accessibility to research opportunities and career exposure. I find this really hinders students from further developing their interest into their career pathways. So we as youth change makers, while promoting quality education worldwide, we must also be mindful of students' lifelong needs, which ideally should incorporate more career-related experience and required-based learning to develop transferable skills that they can find useful outside the school's setting. Thank you.
Gender exclusivity is a significant issue in the STEM industry. As a student ambassador for Technologies Girls HK, and one of the core members of Girls HK, I have worked closely with STEM-driven girls in my community and stand in front of, and I have witnessed the gender barriers that stand for young female innovators today. At the moment, women make up only 28% of the STEM workforce, and men vastly outnumber women majoring in most STEM fields in college. The representation of women in STEM in the media is extremely rare and often inaccurate. Girls have fewer role models to inspire their interest in STEM. Seeing limited examples of female artists and engineers in books, media, and popular culture. In addition, the gender stereotypes in our society leads people to view STEM fields as masculine. Teachers and parents often underestimate girls' ability starting as early as preschool, discouraging young girls from exploring their interest in the STEM field. To close the STEM gender barrier, we must improve STEM education for girls, starting in early education through kindergarten and secondary school. we as change makers have a responsibility to build a better future for our future pioneers and bring social change to the industry. Thank you.
So it sort of introduces us to the problems that we're facing with regards to education in this world. Next slide. Great. Okay. So with that in mind, I'll be talking about STEMx SDG hackathons and why they're particularly of note. So first, I think we have to talk briefly about what the SDGs are, which I'm sure a majority of you know. But in brief, they're goals set by the United Nations that aim to address issues across the world and to make it a better and more sustainable place by the year 2030. And so following that, the purpose of an STEMx SDG hackathon is to address social problems through the means of STEM and specifically tech, as we do at CI's Ideas. In doing so, we aim to empower participants, and that specifically refers to youth in our case, to tackle these issues using tech. Okay, and this year, with our upcoming hackathon, we aim to address the SDGs 4 and 10 and tackle quality education and make it fun for everyone through the products that they create during the hackathon. And therefore, the goals are twofold. First, to create a product with the potential to address the SDGs and to create social good. And so this is part of the bunch of stems. But with regards to what we aim to do as an organization, we want to empower all these participants to pursue STEM and to pursue social issues through STEM and believe that they can make a change in the world. This is something that is previously discussed is often viewed as intimidating or something that they can't do because of expectations that they may have about STEM. And then in terms of impact, we hope to create an environment conducive to social innovation and using tech in order to handle social issues. And hopefully we can do that more in our hackathon this year. But before we talk about future hackathons, I think it's important to talk about the past. And so that is what Helen and Isaac will be doing next.
Next slide, please. Thank you so much to Mark for introducing the next slide. Just to talk a little bit about our last year's hackathon, it was Asia's first student-led student hackathon, and the theme for that year was environmentalism and sustainability. And so we really wanted to just take some time to show some exemplars from last year's to, give an example of what students can really do around the world.
So one extremely interesting solution that got put in place last year was a product named Canopy. And the problem that it targeted was the lack of action being taken despite people knowing about these issues. And so the solution was a social media app with the express intention of encouraging users to take action. And so with a recommendation algorithm that promoted smaller accounts, their design focused on allowing ideas to circulate, making the app useful for recruitment, event hosting, fundraising, petitions, all in the name of sustainability. Moreover, they added a clever community point system, which allowed users to redeem company vouchers from companies who wish to help the cause and foster a community who are passionate towards sustainability. Finally, with an extremely clean aesthetic, it just showed their dedication towards building the product and the amount of thought put into the design. So ultimately, the product emphasizes the type of solutions that we are able to find when we empower youth to give, and we give youth the resources and opportunities to harness their creativity through STEM.
Yeah, so thank you so much to Isaac. And then to talk, so our winner from last year was a group called Paragalian, and the problem that they decided to address was Hong Kong's waste problem. And they explained why the current solution was not sustainable. So what they came up with instead was a website that could increase recycling rates in Hong Kong by modeling the most effective locations to place recycling bins based off of behavioral patterns by district pedestrian traffic rates, among other factors. And they also proposed a new sleeve design for recycling bins in order to promote recycling. And this was done through computer-aided design. And so this really displayed their personal engagement through their extensive research, because what they did was they used current recycling trends in Hong Kong, as well as the 3 most successful recycling cities in the world. And they also included short-term and long-term goals that involved speaking to the Environmental Bureau of Hong Kong, which really showed that they were trying their best to apply this project to the real world and follow through with it. And so this solution was a very good example of how hackathons can be used to combine creativity and STEM together. And not only did this solution aim to raise awareness for the problem through providing information on recycling practices, as well as responsible consumption in both English and Chinese on their website, but they were also, they provided a way to encourage individuals to recycle more indirectly. And so hackathons are able to encourage youth to think critically about real-world issues such as SDGs that they normally may not have put much thought into before. And by nurturing this love of STEM early on, the younger generation will be able to apply these skills they have learned to future problems and think of new innovative ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, and thank you, Isaac. Next slide, please, Kenneth. Moving on to CISX Ideas' STEMX SDG Hackathon for 2021, which is this year. As our Youth Advisory Council members just said and announced, right? There's so many fundamentals issues within education, which predominantly impacts the biggest stakeholder of these people, right? Which is us, the youth. Which is why CISX Ideas feels the obligation to act upon this issue. Which is why we're setting the theme of this hackathon into quality education. We think to set the theme for solutions that look like democratizing education, making education inclusive for people like for all genders, right? For all socioeconomic backgrounds. We also need to collaborate with different people and take a multi-stakeholder approach to this problem, right? For us to achieve this atmosphere where the youth are really engaging in a practical, stress-free environment, we have to bring multiple stakeholders to support us in empowering the youth to use their creativity to directly attack huge issues that are fundamental inequality education. So what are some examples of people and groups of people that we have been working with to take on this multi-stakeholder approach? Well, first of all, we have the huge technology influencer and an amazing multinational corporation, Microsoft, right? How are we working with Microsoft? We're aiming to partner with Microsoft to directly provide workshops in technology, such as using Microsoft Azure, Microsoft Teams, Microsoft Power Apps, to directly provide people with the soft and technical skills they need to make their ideas reality. Secondly, we're also working with academies like Kobo Academy, because we think that education is beyond just memorization. It's beyond just solving problems, right? It's about directly engaging with fun and actually having fun throughout the whole process of learning new things. This is why Kobo Academy is coming over to lead things like Microsoft, lead things like Minecraft, and how the youth, we could directly use things like Minecraft and Roblox to make education a more fun and empowering experience. We're also working with organizations like Teach for Hong Kong to provide direct perspective and insight to what the grassroots and fundamental problems look like in a variety of different areas, beyond just us, the youth who get to go to international schools, but rather people who are suffering from local schools as a result of the many inherent problems that exist in the educational system. We're obviously also working with experts in entrepreneurship and design, such as obviously the great Kenneth Kwok from Kids for SDGs, as well as other people like Miss Viola Lam, who will speak to talk about how she used artificial intelligence and facial recognition to make the experiences of a lot of the youth better in terms of education, right? We'll also bring people like Dirk Seto, who are gonna talk about how this whole hackathon process is beyond just this 2-day competition where people are trying to code and do as much coding as possible. It's about this week-long process that emphasizes the design, the prototyping, the kind of questions you've got to ask yourself on how you're actually impacting your target audience. And finally, we're working with schools and the Youth Advisory Council, because we think that in order to make this multi-stakeholder approach very effective, we need perspective and input from the international circuit, right? We need a global perspective on the things that we do in order for us to be efficient and also maximize our impact. We'd also like to work with organizations like UNITAR and the World Economic Forum, as you guys are in the panel, right? Because we want to kind of give this experience of continuity for the people that are in these hackathons, as Helen mentioned earlier. This is going to be the theme of this year's hackathon. Moving on to the next speaker on the framework that we can set.
next slide, please, Kenneth. All right, so digital equity in today's day and age is ever more important. Research shows that just in Hong Kong, at least 40% of low-income families in the last 2 years didn't have access to digital computers for online learning. So CIS's idea's vision is to work with not only local and youth organizations, but corporations as well, as Justin mentioned, in order to build a community of students who are empowered to pursue STEM education and bridge the gap between education inequalities. In order to support this vision, we are hosting a second-hand technology drive in collaboration with another student organization to be donating technology devices which are no longer used and often go to waste. So these devices will be donated in groups to SOCO, Run and Refugee Union in hopes of providing underserved communities with the tools necessary to build a passion for STEM.
So we also promote STEM within our own community and empower students at our own school to pursue this in the future. And we use our social media as a platform to promote STEM online through our weekly Math Monday challenges and Tech Thursdays, which Math Mondays involves a math question being posted to Instagram, and those who can provide an answer receive points and will climb up the leaderboard. So this is like an incentive for people. And we also do Tech Thursdays, which is when short coding problems and recent news regarding technological innovations are posted so that students can learn new concepts. And we've shared our mission with Microsoft and the World Economic Forum in the last few months with the belief that quality education and broadly speaking, the SDGs should be tackled with a multi-stakeholder approach. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to the framework for bringing about change, it's really very simple. I'm going to touch on the first two of them. The first is observe. So basically, it's basically in the name. So you take a look at the surrounding landscape and make note of what other organizations currently are doing. And all this is to set up our next step, which is specificity. In a nutshell, this step is to locate unsaturated areas, niches that are currently unoccupied, and try to fill them. For example, having the established infrastructure, mechanisms, and systems that enable sustainable learning is a gigantic step towards engendering quality education. Another example would be for the need of integrating soft skills and practical skills into education. Neither of the aforementioned items are something that a lot of youth organizations or organizations in general do, but if implemented, they would impact significant change. Most youth and organizations go about impacting change a singular way, and that's fine. But for us to gather the impetus that we need, all facets of the issue, in this case, education, must be examined and considered in order for us to derive the greatest amount of impact that we can. For the third step community, I'll hand it to Arthur, which I think will be, yeah, never mind, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So moving on, we also say that connect and collaboration is one of the major points that we really need to take action on. So we might all be familiar with the mathematical equation of 1 + 1 = 2. But in practice, when we're actually collaborating between two people, that's all we get. When unique individuals with their unique skill sets are contributing towards a particular goal and aiming to achieve this goal, it's more than just two, because as a midfielder myself in hockey, we cannot run through the entire field throughout the entire round, because of course you're just faint before the round even ends, right? As youths in today's world, we don't have a voting power to decide on issues that determine our future and the future of our generations. So we really need to work together. As the Youth Advisory Council is the exemplification of teamwork and its importance and its effectiveness. Therefore, as a whole, we can make 1 + 1 even greater than 3. Thank you.
So next, I'll talk more about innovation. So as innovators, this is where creativity, problem solving, communication, and leadership skills come a long way. In order to solve existing problems and fuel our youth and global goals, we must advance the SDGs in creative and innovative ways, thinking of new, diverse solutions to represent all corners of our community and better our society as young change makers that we are today. Choosing to challenge our problems can create a chain reaction for a better outcome, which is why I cannot begin to express how important this stage is.
As an aspiring innovator myself, chapter founder of Kingston AI, student ambassador of Innovation Girls, and a few other STEM advocacy roles, I firmly believe in design thinking, human-centered design, and the role of innovation in any field. That is why CISX ideas have already placed a lot of implementation roles into this format. This is the intersection between STEM and problems that we are passionate about. And that is why this stage is crucial for any field and any sector. Thank you.
All right, finally, to end us off, we're going to provide a call to action. It was developed from one of our Youth Advisory Council members all the way from London. So Kenneth, just last slide, please. One more. Yeah. Coming from a private school in England, I see many students unmotivated to make use of their privileged position. What needs to happen is for them to be taken out of their own world, be informed of the broader issues, be shown that their actions can in fact make a difference. That may even I think that's detailed and that needs to be addressed. Yeah, this is from Nicholas Long in the UK. We apologize for the technical difficulty over there. Overall, thank you so much everyone for listening, and we hope that CISX ideas can be involved and engaged with you all in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, that was, by the way, that was a 20-something minute presentation, but I can honestly say that took at least 25 hours of coordination to make it happen. So again, big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we are in our final stretch, about to close up the actual UNITAR day. Got so excited from the CISX Ideas Showcase. I forgot that I'm actually at a UNITAR event. Sorry. 1 second. All right. So again, we are in the final home stretch. What does that mean? We have to say thank you again. Again, thank you to Amundi, AstraZeneca, BNP Paribas Asset Management, Cyberport, and SAP. Kind of, SAP and Microsoft, that could be interesting, all right? So let's kind of make it happen. And again, to all these supporting organizations around the world for supporting UNITAR Day. Last but not
harbour out there, and now we've got that beautiful sunset going down over Hong Kong. So nominees, you will be getting to know me better or worse. For those that don't know me, let me just give you a little bit of background so that you understand what it is for us all here today, really, in the end. I set up ITS in 2005. I'd already been traveling around Asia and the Asia Pacific region, teaching English, geography, and I've been in Hong Kong since about 97. And I saw that in Hong Kong, particularly then, you could either go to mainstream school, or if that didn't work for you, then you had a problem, and you might have to go off to boarding school, which you might not particularly want to do. You might have to go homeschooling, which can be very difficult. And so ITS was set up to fill the gap, to provide a fairer spread of education in Hong Kong. And that's what we've been doing ever since. Just simple basic things like flexible timetabling, changing the arc of your courses, still allowing you to get public exams and go to university, filling a gap for people that don't want to be in mainstream schooling. And so that's kind of led us through a range of innovations. We're still the only school that can do. We were the first to go virtual. We've had a fully virtual option and hybrid option for 10 years. everyone's going, oh, wow, we're doing virtual school this year because of COVID. Oh, 10 years we've been doing it. But it's great now, because you're all getting used to it and you see when it's done well, it can be really excellent. So SDG education has been a natural evolution for us. I'm a geography teacher, as I said. I've been teaching the MDGs and the SDGs for 15 to 20 years. And here we are now looking for innovation and the next step in education. So it has been really a privilege that UNITAR have turned to us and entrusted us with the first Youth Ambassador Asia Pacific program, the first one beyond Japan. And we're really very thankful to them for allowing us to take this on. And of course, it has allowed us to carry on walking the walk, not just talking the talk, by launching the ITS Education Foundation, our not-for-profit arm, which will run all our United Nations courses that we may run for UNITAR, and all our SDG education courses, such as our flagship Young Changemaker Incubator, which has already, over the last 2 years, had projects for peer-to-peer mental support and resilience, tutoring for people from less privileged backgrounds that can't afford tutoring support. This year we've got mask sanitizing, we've got composting, we've got tree planting, all kinds of social initiatives with sustainability and the SDGs at their core across social, economic and environmental purposes. So it's kind of obvious, isn't it, why we're going to be running this program over the next 10 weeks. So with that, I'd just really like to be able to introduce the nominee ambassadors. Kenneth, there we go. Oh, I forgot to tell you to put that slide on. Let's go to the ambassadors and introduce them. So, Mr. Arthur Cho, who is at King George V School, already actually doing some work on SDG education. Justin Chen from the is in the room. There you go. Good man. I'm not sure why Arthur's not here. And Miss Inez Farsi. Inez, are you here? She was here earlier, I think. Oh, she had to. Okay. Well, I'm sure we'll see that over the next 10 weeks. So he's at Front International. Mr. Terry Harrington, he's in the room. There you go. He's at ITS. Next slide, please, Kenny. Mr. Aidan Powell. Great. Next up, Miss Sophia Lawrence. She's here with Sophia. She's an ITS student. Miss Bella Lee. Is Bella here? Hi, Bella. Yeah, there you are. I didn't recognise you behind the mask. Bella's at Canadian International. Miss Alicia Pelletier. Hey, Alicia, French International. Next slide, please, Ben. Miss Romina Phillips. Romina here. From Canada. Okay, yeah. Canadians together over there. Miss Jane Boone. Is Jane here? HBRS. Oh, there you are. Okay. Mr. Jason Chu. Jason Chu. He's an old stalwart planting trees. Miss Michelle Wang. Michelle's over there. Michelle's from ISA. Next slide, please, Tim. There we go. Miss Anna Gray. Is Anna here? Not Anna's a Victoria show. Mr. Alvin Wong. Alvin's here. Yay! Alvin is highly experienced. We're lucky to have him. Highly experienced SDG advocate with his therapy initiative. Miss Kate Small. Yes. This is what for here, Katie. And Mr. Alistair Woods is from the Keynote as well. So, those are our great nominee ambassadors. I'm sure we're going to have a really great learning experience, a fun time delivering and experiencing and working with people in UNITAR in Japan and from across the world, and experts and teachers from within Hong Kong. And I, for one, I'm really, really looking forward to it. So thank you all for being here, and let's hand it on and wrap it up.
Fantastic. And finally, we got to end it with UNITAR. So Junko, off to you for the closing. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Kenneth. And I really hope if I were in Hong Kong now and meet all of these wonderful youth ambassadors in person. But on behalf of UNITAR, I like to express my sincere appreciation to you all speakers and panelists for the wonderful presentation, dedicated partners who supported the event, Youth Advisory Council members who supported the event, and the youth speakers. Thank you so much for such an inspiring and an exciting discussion. And I cannot forget thanking wonderful partners, Danny from ITS Education Asia Foundation, and Kenneth, Global Citizen Capital, and Kids for SDGs. Last but not the least, I also want to thank you so much for all of you watching the session online. In this rapidly changing world, especially after the pandemic, youth are sometimes particularly vulnerable to the issues related to education, economic opportunities, and health in this critical stage of their development. At the same time, youth are responding to the crisis by turning challenges into opportunities through a flexible mindset that devises creative ideas and solutions. Youth are not just a mere target, but play a central role in identifying and implementing innovative and sustainable solutions. And such initiative led by the youth will be more and more critical than ever to respond quickly to the challenges and needs of the world. And each and every one of these initiatives is making a significant difference globally. In order to achieve sustainable development goals, the voice of youth should be heard, and youth must be included at all levels of dialogue. With such hope, UNITAR Youth Ambassador Program Asia Pacific will start next week. UNITAR has more than 10 years of proven experience to carry out the Youth Ambassador Program in Japan, and nearly 100 youth ambassadors completed the training course. The youth ambassadors' experiences helping alumni play active roles in various fields. We are now bringing this successful model to Hong Kong as UNITAR Ambassador Program Asia Pacific. UNITAR, together with ITS Education Asia Foundation and Global Citizen Capital and Kids for SDGs, upgraded the Youth Ambassador Japan program according to the needs and context of Hong Kong, putting much focuses on business and technologies innovations. The program will continue for 10 weeks, and youth ambassadors will complete the program with a final presentation on your projects. I myself is very much excited to see how this program transforms the youth in Hong Kong and what new ideas and solutions I will see in 10 weeks. And I also hope all partners and supporters of the program stay focused on the innovative ideas and projects these youth ambassadors will come up with in 10 weeks. Let me conclude today's fantastic event by again thanking all of you who participated and supported the program. Thank you so much. And back to you, Kenneth.
Thank you, Shimata-san. So we are at the end, and I'm just going to wrap it up and say, welcome to the 2022 Youth Ambassador cohort, which will come from Hong Kong, China, and Southeast Asia next year. So I'm going to rush off for our group sunset photo now in Hong Kong. So thank you, everyone. See you next time. Bye.